Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
A hero can be anyone.
What makes a superhero is doing what the average person can.
Maybe it's unnatural speed or absurd power that rattles the heavens, cat-like reflexes, or a baffling motion that defies physics.
Being a superhero is more than speed or strength.
Superheroes will sacrifice themselves for the mission. They have humility, even as their legend grows, because they believe in the greater good. Leaders who will stand tall, even in trying times.
To be a superhero, you don't need a cape.
But when you don your uniform, you become more than an individual. You become a symbol, and that symbol is everlasting.
Homestand, Batman. We're back in Gotham City. It's only a quick stop home. Metropolis for the weekend. 3 against the Cubs and a big weekend here, beginning with Superheroes Night tonight. To open up this 3-game series, Diamondbacks facing a Cubs team with a Justice League full of top prospects, and they're in here for 3 next on Fox Sports Arizona. And good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brentley along the way. Just a quick 3-game homestand for the Diamondbacks here before we are back out on the road. We just got back in last night from Miami following the 4-game sweep of the Marlins at Marlins Park. Yasmani Tomas and A.J. Pollock really had it rolling in that series. And, Bob, they're both back in the starting lineup tonight.
And why not? You know, A.J. Pollock, you think back to the first game of that series in Florida. He didn't have a hit. He was 0 for 6 in the extra inning game, but made up for it the next 3 nights. 6 for 10. Had that pinch hit home run to win the ball game in the second game of that series, and just continued from there. And the speed was a thing of beauty to watch.
And then there's Yasmani Tomas, 6 consecutive multi-hit games.
And we talked about him at length on that road trip, especially down in Florida. Just seemed to really relax into his role with the team. Still drives the ball to right field, but now looking to pick his spots to pull the ball to left field.
Pitching matchup tonight for you in this 3-game series opener. Josh Colmenter for the Diamondbacks and John Lester, the Cubs' big free agent signee for Chicago. He went winless in the month of April, but Bob, he is unbeaten here in May.
He's been really good in the month of May. In his 4 starts, he's been perfect, an ERA under 2. John Lester is the guy they selected to lead this pitching staff. They built from within as far as their position players in their lineup, and John Lester's the guy they wanted to anchor this pitching staff.
John Lester has been an ace so far here in May. He's got one little bit of, I guess, kryptonite on Superhero Night. He cannot throw to first base when there's a runner over there, and this is a Diamondbacks team that just stole 7 bases in one game against the Marlins the other night.
And with Dave McKay as the first base coach that looks for those little things to help you steal a base, this should turn into a track meet very quickly.
No, it should be a lot of fun tonight. We are here for 3, then back out on the road. There's barely enough time to do laundry. No time to unpack. We'll talk about that when we come back. And then it's first pitch, the Cubs and the Diamondbacks on Fox Sports Arizona.
set between the Cubs and Diamondbacks. Now, we know the D-backs travel in style, but this has been a 2-week stretch that's even tough for the pros to fight off the jet lag. The team has gone from Arizona, zigzagging out to Philadelphia, and then down to Miami before heading back here to Phoenix for this brief 2.5-day stay. Now, then they head out again to St. Louis and Milwaukee. So I asked the team, how are they handling this rare 3-game homestand?
I saw the schedule a long time ago, so I was ready for this 3 days. So it's like we're just coming for a 3-day series, like it's a road trip, and then we're going back to wherever we have to go.
All right, pal, holy hot bags. We are talking about Diamondbacks baseball. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Arizona baseball, and we're coming at you. We'll be back faster than a speeding bullet. Sit tight.
D-backs back home after their 4-3 road trip, which finished with their first 4-game road series sweep since 2007, and now ready to host 3 this weekend against the Chicago Cubs. Diamondbacks have won 12 of their last 17 against the Cubbies, but this team has some new names on it, like Chris Bryant, John Lester, for instance, not to mention Miguel Montero, who is not in the starting lineup tonight for Joe Madden. Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the D-backs, it's Josh Comenter. He's had a rough month of May. At the end of April, his ERA for the year was down to 2.76, but Bob, over his last 3 starts, that ERA has nearly doubled.
He's kind of changed roles with the rest of the pitching staff that struggled early in the season while Josh was pitching well, but now that the rest of the rotation is starting to pick up some of the slack, Josh has gone in the tank his last couple times out.
Dexter Fowler leads it off for the Cubs. The crew chief, Ted Barrett, is our plate umpire. That's strike 1. Fowler 267 and 4 homers. And Josh is quickly ahead 0-2. Fowler has reached base safely in each of his last 13 games. He's got 15 runs scored over that span, so just what you're looking for in your leadoff man. A former Colorado Rocky. Called strike 3. 3 pitches, 3 strikes for Comenter, 1 down. This is the lineup as Chris Bryant steps up to the plate for Joe Maddon's Chicago Cubs.
We've seen Dexter Fowler go down on strikes. He'll be in center field. Chris Bryant at third base. Anthony Rizzo over at first. Starlin Castro cleaning up at shortstop. Jorge Soler in right field. Junior Lake in left. David Ross, the personal catcher for the pitcher John Lester, who's batting 8th, and Addison Russell, young second baseman, batting 9th.
Be careful here. Here is the Cubs' young phenom, Chris Bryant. 23 years old, 289, 5 homers, got number 5. Last night in San Diego, a hanging nothing ball from Odrisamer Despaigne that he hit out to center at Petco Park. Panels are closed here, a little breezy in downtown Phoenix. Roof is open. Very comfortable, nice and cool here. Diamondbacks going to the overshift on the left-hand side with 3 infielders. This is a high pop up to Trumbo in right. 2 up, 2 down. Take a look at the Diamondbacks around Josh Colmenter.
Edgar Inciarte in left field tonight. A.J. Pollock in center. Mark Trumbo over in right field. It'll be Yasmani Tomas and Nick Ahmed on the left side of the infield with Chris Owings and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Duffy Gosowich doing the catching for right-hander Josh Coleman.
And now the shift goes to the other side for powerful Anthony Rizzo. 7th in the league in hitting at .324. Rizzo behind only Bryce Harper in the National League in on-base percentage. He walks a lot for a big power hitting type. He is 4th in the league in OPS, right behind Goldie.
He also gets hit by a pitch a lot. 12 times this year he's been plunked. You can see from his approach he's got his toes right on that inside line of the left-handed batter's box and just refuses to give.
And with the exception of D. Gordon, who's been hit 9 times, Rizzo has been hit twice as often as the other leaders in that category. There's that back foot, that left foot planted right on that line. In the seats, and it's 2-2. David Ross, the Cubs catcher, tonight said the position in which Rizzo stands here, almost over the plate in the left-hand box, reminds him a lot of Mo Vaughn, the hit dog, who had that back foot right in there. And everything else just kind of leans over the plates. A little pop-up just in front of home plate. Drifting back now is Tuffy Gosowich, and Josh Colmenter works a 1-2-3 first. A terrific start for Josh. And now we'll get a look at John Lester just underway in downtown Phoenix. Cubs and Diamondbacks on Fox Sports Arizona. Back at Chase Field, D-backs getting their first look at the Cubs' $155 million man, your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for Chicago. It's John Lester, got all that money to anchor their staff and be their ace. His first ever start here at Chase Field. Here's Diamondbacks hitting coach Turner Ward.
He's a a power type left-hander who's very aggressive, and for us, from a hitting standpoint, that's the type of hitters we are. So it should be a good matchup with our guys and him. It should be a very aggressive type style of play.
John Lester on the mound. Chris Bryant will come in at third for Ender Inciarte, who leads it off. Ball one.
Well, you see a couple of different fastballs from John Lester. One that has a little tailing action. It's not really a sinker, but it'll tail into the left-handed hitters. He throws a cutter that's more like a little baby slider. Talking to Jim Deshaies, the fine TV analyst for the Cubs, he said it reminds him a lot of Andy Pettit's cutter that he used to throw. A lot of lefties like to throw their cutter up and in at the hands. Lester likes to throw his down toward the back foot like a back foot slider.
You saw the numbers on Lester. They really only tell half the story. As we talked about at the top of our broadcast, he was winless in April, his first month as a Cub. He is, however, unbeaten in May. He has won each of his last 4 starts, 4 straight wins. There's a strike, and it's 2-2.
I mean, 4 wins is 4 wins in a row for John Lester, but it was against Milwaukee, St. Louis, the Mets, and the Pirates. Milwaukee, the Mets, and the Pirates, 3 of the lower scoring teams in the National League.
He gets Ender to chase that one. 1 away. Line up for Chip Hales, Arizona Diamondbacks.
Ender Inciarte at the top. He'll be in left field. A.J. Pollock, red hot down in Florida. He's out in center. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Yasmani Tomas at third. Mark Trumbo out in right field. Chris Owings at second base tonight. Tuffy Gosewish doing the catching with Nick Ahmed at short. And Josh Colmenter on the mound.
Here's A.J. First pitch swinging. Drives it to Fowler in center. Way back there, and it's off the base of the wall, and Pollock is on the move. He's headed for third. First triple for A.J. Pollock, and Goldie's coming up.
A.J. Pollock is just red hot. We've seen him get in these kind of streaks before where every time he swings the bat, he barrels the ball up. This one, it's right at the base of the wall. Just about in straightaway center field, and easily beats that relay throw to third base. Gotta love that. Man on third, 1 out in the inning, middle of the lineup coming up.
A.J. 3 hits in Wednesday's win in Miami. 2 more hits yesterday to help complete the 4-game sweep. He's at third with 1 out for Goldie. He's in there at 322, top 10 in the National League. David Ross was going to think about throwing down there and lost the handle. He is John Lester's personal catcher.
He may have been thinking about picking at third base, but Chris Bryant was not.
You need 2 to tango.
It helps to have a recipient of that pickoff throw.
Good pitch there.
That's a slower breaking ball. I mentioned a couple different fastballs. He throws a big curve, throws a straight changeup. He's going to mostly attack with fastballs until he gets to 2 strikes, and then you may see some of his breaking pitches.
Goldie tied for third in RBIs. He's third in the league in OPS, just ahead of Anthony Rizzo. And he looks at ball 2. Goldie 375 when facing left-hand pitching this year. But he's only had about 30 at-bats against lefties this season. For his career, 326. That's in the seats and out of play. So for his career, Paul Goldschmidt, about a 40-point difference. Lefties versus righties. Came back from a fairly quiet road trip, DB. Included a day off yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign. I've mentioned it before. When the team's able to score runs and win games without Goldie contributing, I take that as a huge positive, because rare are the days that he does not contribute.
Up the middle, there's a contribution, an RBI single, and 3 batters in. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Good start against this guy.
Get that one. That was below knee level, out over the plate, but just grounds it right back up the middle of the field. Lester, in an effort to get out of the way, wasn't able to make a play on that ball. Wasn't hit very hard.
Well, here comes. He's up there on the superhero DBTV scoreboard is the Incredible Hulk. Yasmani Tomas, he's been a lot more Hulk than Bruce Banner. On an absolute tear right now. 349 for the year. And Yasmani Tomas has 6 consecutive multi-hit games coming into tonight, all on the last road trip. And as he steps in here, he's got 13 hits in his last 26 at-bats. There he is on the DBTV board. There goes Goldschmidt. And he is in there with a stolen base, number 7 for Goldie. And we talked about this at the top of the show. John Lester simply cannot throw to first base.
I mean, David Ross does everything he can to try to unload that ball quickly to second base, but Goldie in underneath the high throw. Expect to see that every time the D-backs get a base runner on first.
It's a case of the yips. He actually gave up even trying to throw over there for years at a time. Tomas bangs it to right to Soler. 2 down. Take a look at the Chicago Cubs defensively around their left-hander.
Junior Lake out in left field tonight. Dexter Fowler in center. Jorge Soler just made the catch on that line drive in right field. Chris Bryant at third. Starlin Castro and Addison Russell make up the double play combo up the middle with Anthony Rizzo at first. David Ross doing the catching for lefty John Lester.
Addison Russell is the top shortstop prospect, one of the top shortstop prospects in all of baseball, but he's come up as a second baseman. They have Starlin Castro over there at short, and you have to believe that eventually, maybe sooner rather than later, Russell is going to be the shortstop in Chicago. Mark Trumbo. Fly ball deep to right field. Backs up Soler, but he runs it down, and they strand Goldie at second base. But the Diamondbacks strike first. A gorgeous night in a full house here at Chase Field. D-backs lead the Cubs 1-0.
Check out DBTV and down on the farm. We'll be over the
To you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Try the new legendary Buttery Jack from Jack in the Box today. Back at Chase Field on Superheroes Night. Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 1-0. Starlin Castro leads off the Chicago second against Josh Clemente. Castro just over 270 for the year so far. He's got just 6 extra base hits all season, but 3 of them are home runs, and he is really slumping badly right now in the cleanup spot tonight. The bat has vanished in May, and he got off to a great start. Starlin Castro hit .325 in April, but he's hit .215 in May, and the on-base percentage is down this month nearly 100 points.
And that's led to a lot of discussion in Chicago and speculation in the national media. We talked about it in the last half inning. When are you going to move Addison Russell to shortstop and trade Castro?
Well, they're saying all the right things about Starlin Castro and his contributions to the Cubs team, but the reality is he's got one weakness, and that's the thrown ball. He does not like to walk. He does not like to take pitches, and that's not the model that the Cubs are looking to achieve under Joe Madden.
3-2. Chops that one foul. Yeah, you said it, Bob, and that's going to be a key for Josh here tonight. He has got to attack the strike zone and challenge these guys, because Cubs batters are averaging 4 pitches per plate appearance this year. That's the best in all of baseball. They are an extremely patient bunch up there.
With the exception of the guy at the plate.
Exactly. He doesn't quite fit the mold that they're looking for. In fact, Chicago has 4 players in the top 25 in the National League in pitches per plate appearance: Bryant, Soler, Rizzo, and Fowler. And they've really changed the philosophy very quickly. They were 10th in the National League as a team in walks this season, but with this new group this year, they are 2nd in the National League in walks, behind only the Dodgers. He slaps that into right center. Castro takes a big turn, and he will head for second. And he's in there. Starlin Castro, his 4th double.
Well, the one guy you don't have to throw a strike to, Josh throws a pitch up and out over the plate, close to the corner of that strike zone, and Castro finds the gap in right center field. He still runs pretty well. The issues with Castro were always keeping his head in the game defensively as a base runner. He definitely has his head in the game when he's swinging that bat, but the other aspects of his game, maybe not so much.
Did a good job there, an 8-pitch at bat. He's got a double to lead it off. Here's Jorge Soler, the right fielder. Now this guy, for a guy that does see a lot of pitches, he is a wild, wild swinger, as you just saw. He is leading the National League in strikeouts, batting .265 with 3 homers.
And the comp you hear a lot of times when you talk about Jorge Soler, a young player, but very reminiscent of Vladimir Guerrero.
In the idea that he'll swing at anything. Shoots this out to Trumbo. Now you might remember a couple of years ago, Joe Madden reminded me of this actually before the ball game. Junior Lake. He first appeared in the majors 2 years ago, and there were stretches when he looked like the next Willie Mays. And one of them was right here. He hit safely in his first 7 big league games 2 years ago. He's at .286 this year, just got called up this week. But that first 7 games in the major leagues included 4 right here at Chase Field. And in that 4-game series, he was 10 for 19 with 2 homers. But that was really, kind of just a little tiny sample size. We haven't really seen that from him since.
He was another shortstop coming up through the Cubs system, but had to change positions because Starlin Castro and most recently Addison Russell pretty much have that position covered for the very near future. So Junior Lake learned how to play outfield.
And he's out there in left field tonight. There's a strike, and Josh is ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, Lake opened up with AAA Iowa this year. Just came back and rejoined the Cubs on Tuesday. He's got 4 hits in 14 at bats this year. Lays off that one upstairs, and it's 1-2. Lake did play 108 games with Chicago last year. Hit just .211, 9 homers. And said a couple of weeks ago he didn't want to remember that. He just plays now. He's trying to put last year behind him. And he's another free swinger. Last season, 110 strikeouts and 308 at bats. That's a lot. 1-2 pitch. He's off there, and it's even 2-2.
For 28 with runners in scoring position. That encompasses their last 5 games plus the first couple innings of the game here tonight. Fly ball to right field by Soler made it 0 for 28.
Ed Barrett didn't flinch, and it's full 3-2. So far, Josh has topped out at 84, which is just about where he's been all year long. David Ross, the catcher, on deck. Cubs come in here 6 games over 500 for the season. They're at 23-17 in their first year under Joe Madden. What a job he's done. Of course, he's got a lot more talent to work with than they've had in years past here. But as they come into this weekend, they've won 8 of their last 10. They're in second place in the NL Central, just 3.5 games behind the Cardinals for the division lead. There's Joe Madden. He was a little upset he couldn't find a way to get to U2 just down the street here tonight.
Get ejected early and walk across.
Somebody asked him actually, or suggested that. Yeah. There's the National League Central. Pirates continue to have some bullpen problems. They should have a shark tank there in Pittsburgh. That bullpen has struggled, and so the Cubs have sort of passed the Pirates in terms of you're thinking wild card, maybe even division title. Comenter had a nice tidy 1-2-3 first, but he has labored so far here in the second. Duffy didn't hang on.
Just does get a piece of this change up on the outside corner with some downward movement, rattled around the shin guards. The Tuffy goes to wish. We've seen young pitchers, when they get in trouble or they get in a little bit of a jam, they want to reach back and throw a little bit harder. This Cubs offense, and especially with Josh's arsenal, he needs to go a little slower rather than try to overpower him.
Good at bat here by Junior Lake. There's Kathy Grant pouncing on that one. Our Golden Glover down the left field line. Gary Schiffman manning right field for us tonight. Here's Gary. Castro had an 8-pitch at bat. Soler flied out on a 2-pitch AP. 10th pitch of the at-bat to Lake coming up. Josh has really had to work here in the second. Superhero night, and 1,000 or so folks who bought our special superhero ticket package. They're making a very heroic pose.
Yes.
For the camera. You got the t-shirt. Mark Trumbo busy out there tonight. Castro will bluff and hold 2 down. It's already the 3rd putout for Mark Trumbo in right field.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Well, John Lester's personal catcher, the man, when they signed Lester, gave him all that money, $155 million. They decided they had to go get from the Red Sox because they worked so well together in Boston. David Ross, 194. He has started just 8 games behind the plate this year, all when Lester was on the mound. A veteran at 38 years old. And Joe Madden really likes the idea of hitting the pitcher 8th, especially since they brought up Addison Russell from the minor league. So you've got Ross up here with Castro at second, 2 outs, and Lester, the pitcher, who has one of the longest offensive droughts in Major League history, on deck. And we'll get to that in a minute. 0-2. He hasn't had a hit in a century, John Lester.
He's 0 for infinity.
He actually is. It's kind of amazing. John Lester comes into tonight for his career 0 for 54 with 32 strikeouts.
and never had a hit in the minor leagues.
Unbelievable. And he's 3 away from tying the all-time record for most at-bats without a hit to start your career. You might see that tonight.
Could be.
That was Joey Hamilton was a pitcher for the Padres. Joey Hamilton, 94-95. He had 57 at-bats, 0 for 57 to open up his career. So Lester's only 3 away. Joe Madden was asked about that before the ball game today, and he said about Lester, "I like his hack." That's kind of, Joe Madden has his own lingo. He's mystified. He says he's a good athlete up there, likes to swing. He just, for whatever reason, hadn't got a hit yet. 1-2 now. How about that? Oh, I mean, that is a big offer, man. That is. Ow.
I never even did that. That's how bad that is.
So if he goes 0 for 3, he'll tie the record tonight. 1-2 to Ross. Boy, Josh is really laboring here in this inning. A whole lot of pitches.
Yeah, the command just isn't as fine as we're used to seeing from Josh Colementor, possibly because of the reduced velocity. You'll notice when he used to throw his fastball, it would be 86 to 89. Sometimes with a little tailwind, he might hit 90. He hasn't come close to that lately.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Josh beat the Rockies at Coors Field on May 6th, but he allowed 5 runs, 10 hits, 7 innings, 3 homers. D-backs won that game 13-7. And then had the worst start of his career the next time out. That was here against the Nationals. 9 runs, 8 hits, including a pair of homers. He retired only 4 batters in that ball game. Better Sunday at Philly. 4 runs, 6 hits, and 6. Got no run support in a 6-0 Diamondback loss. And now he's gone full on Ross. 27 pitch second inning after an 11 pitch first. His third 3-2 count in this inning. Castro led off with a double. Soler and Lake both flying out to right, trying to strand that runner at second. 3-2 to Ross, and he walked him. So here comes Mr. 0 for 54.
Pitcher number 34, John Lester.
In the 8th spot for Joe Madden. Russell, the second baseman, is on deck. You got Castro at second. Ross at first. 2 outs for Lester. Oh for 54, 32 strikeouts. This would be a bad time to get that first hit. There's strike 1.
You ask one of his teammates, do you think he's due? They'd say no.
This year 0 for 18. Punched out 10 times. Swing and bunt back to the mound, and Josh Colementor gets out of trouble. He strands 2 and keeps it a 1-0 Diamondback lead. Now it's 0 for 55. Arizona is brought to you in part by Mattress Firm. Save money, sleep happy. And by Law Tigers, Arizona's motorcycle lawyers. Oh, the Mark Grace jersey in the house here on Superhero Night at Chase Field. Diamondbacks lead the Cubs 1-0, and Chris Owings will lead off the second against John Lester. Paul Goldschmidt, an RBI single in the first for the only run so far. There's Gracie, former Cub great. He was a superhero in Chicago for a long time. Chris Owings leads it off. And CO trying to bunt for a base hit, fouls that one off. Tell you what, you're on a list with Cap Anson and Ernie Banks. You're doing something right.
Billy Williams and Ryan Sandberg, absolutely.
One and one to CO, hitting just over 250 with 2 homers. He was out here very early today. Probably about 2 o'clock, taking extra hitting, early BP. Bounces that one to Castro.
Yeah, while we have a moment, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the game on Superhero Night here at Chase Field. We want the base runners for the Diamondbacks to make like the Flash. Get on first, steal second, steal third, score on the ground out. And don't make him angry. Chris Bryant over there at third base can be like the Hulk. He can turn green and come right out of his uniform. Just let him make some quiet outs in this series. Don't make him angry.
Hulk smash. He's been a Hulkamaniac the last couple of games. Bryant is on a tear right now. Strike one to Tuffy, goes away. Tuffy 229 on that remarkable Tuffy-like pace lately, where he just finds a way to get you that 1 for 3, 1 for 4. He's done that a whole lot lately. He's hit safely in 4 straight and 7 of his last 8.
Yeah, the difference lately is the one hit that he gets usually has been hit hard. Hit a ball to dead center field down there in Florida off the wall. Getting the barrel on it a little more consistently.
Yeah, Chip Hale said recently he thinks Tuffy is getting better pitches to hit to start with, but he's putting a shorter, more compact swing on the ball, which Chip said is what they've been preaching since day one here. One in the hole for Bryant. He has got a tremendous throwing arm. Everybody talks about Chris Bryant's offense for obvious reasons. But if you watch this guy play at all, you'll realize he has got an absolute cannon for a throwing arm. Playing with a big smile on his face, too. Which is why they think at some point he might be moved to the outfield.
Well, didn't he play center field already once?
Yes, he did, actually.
Yep. Yeah, he's just a good athlete.
I think maybe they have Jorge Baez, or Javier Baez, who's in the minor leagues, and I think maybe they'll move him to third if he comes up, and Bryant could go to the outfield. All kinds of different pieces they can move around here in Chicago. Nick Ahmed. 194, 6 RBIs. That average was $130 about a week ago. And so Nick is moving up the charts. He's hit safely in 6 straight. Got 9 hits over that span.
Well, the best thing Nick could do is just don't even look at your batting average till the end of the season. He dug himself such a bad hole in the early going this season that even a 10-game streak hitting 360 doesn't get him back to 200 yet. So just keep grinding it out every day. Let the numbers fall where they may at the end of the season.
It's been a nice run lately for Nick. Roll to shortstop. Castro. He can be an adventure down there. And it's happened a bit more often lately.
He does a couple of things wrong on this ground ball. He waits back, lets the ball come to him, actually backpedaling. Then the sidearm throw has a lot of tailing, sinking action to Rizzo over there at first, who fans on it.
Well, Castro has worked a lot with third base coach Gary Jones, Joe Madden says, on simplifying his approach in the field, coming to get the ball, not laying back. pretty much taking charge of reading hops and playing through the ball better. And Madden, in his unique way, said all that sounds like simple stuff, but not if you're doing it. You gotta do it, and he doesn't do it consistently.
Well, the guy's got a lifetime of bad habits to try to overcome.
And Madden is a big time guy, he says, coming from the school of run prevention, and that means good defense. And you've got Addison Russell here, who's going to be the shortstop of the future. It's left Castro still at short, but maybe in a little bit of limbo. And so Madden, seeing that, trying to head that off, says he challenged Castro this spring to win a Gold Glove. Said, go ahead, I want you to win a Gold Glove. That's your challenge this year. Castro did not have a good spring defensively, and has not had a great year out there as well. 1-1. And you can see David Ross yelling out to Addison Russell, play a little more over toward the first base bag, moving those infielders around. Sure enough, Comenta slaps it that way. That was a foul ball, just missed down the right field line. He was almost Superman on that one. How about that Moss?
Superman's got a nice do. Yeah. Watching Nick Ahmed take his lead down there at first base, and we've documented John Lester and his inability to throw pick-off moves to first base. Normally in this situation, you wouldn't even think about trying to steal a base with the pitcher at the plate. I think all bets are off tonight.
He literally will not throw over there. He's done it twice this year. It was a fiasco both times. First time he's tried it in a couple of years, in fact. Rizzo calls for it in fair territory. He has it. And Lester strands the two-out base runner on superhero nights at Chase Field.
It's now time for the next player.
Changing players. You know, Bob, Anthony Rizzo, I know he's a left-hand hitter and Goldie's a right-hand hitter, but he may be the closest thing there is to Goldie.
I think that's a good comparison. Obviously a lefty and a righty, but Anthony Rizzo, an accomplished defender down there at first base, a power hitter that hits for a high average like Goldie does and can steal a base if you need him to steal a base.
They sort of stand there the same. They have sort of the same presence, kind of the same swing once they get going. Addison Russell, 253. Had a couple of hits, and the Cubs win at San Diego last night, including his third home run. There's Anthony Rizzo, kind of a left-handed Goldie. Joe Madden has put Russell in the 9th spot in the batting order in all but one game this year. He likes to hit the pitcher 8th with Russell 9th based on the idea that it's potentially Another guy on base ahead of his bigger bats that come up at the top of the order. That's why he's got Bryant hitting second and not, fourth, fifth somewhere. Sends this out to Mark Trumbo. Still back up, and he runs it down. Wolverine is out there in case there's trouble, so that's good.
They've been testing Mark Trumbo out there in right field in the early going. That's his fourth fly ball already in this game.
Dexter Fowler struck out looking his first time. Tomas sneaks in a step or two on the grass at third, and there's strike one. Fowler acquired by the Cubs because he gets on base, plays good defense, got a career on base percentage over .360. And this year he is on pace for career highs in both walks and stolen bases. Two and two.
Good straight change up from Josh Colmenter. Gets himself in those counts where a batter's sitting on a fastball and then just pull the string, take about 10 miles an hour off of that heater.
Didn't get the strike call. He's gone full again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. He had 3 3-2 counts in the second inning, Josh. And one more here with 1 out in the third. He just doesn't look comfortable out there. Very fidgety. Not the Josh that we saw in April. This is smashed to right. And gone. Dexter Fowler, his 5th, and we're all tied up. For Josh this month has been the home run ball. He allowed only 1 homer in his 5 starts in April, but he has now surrendered here in May 7 home runs.
Middle of the plate fastball in a full count situation. Dexter Fowler geared it up and did not miss it.
The long ball has become a big problem for Josh Colmenter, and here's a guy that can hit some a long way. Chris Bryant. He flied out to right his first time up.
Dexter Fowler in his last 12 games here at Chase Field has been on fire. A .405 batting average with 4 extra base hits.
Seven homers now in his last 4 starts, including tonight. And Bryant is a guy that's done a whole lot of damage lately. He's homered 5 times in the last 12 games. And he comes into tonight with a 10-game hitting streak. During that 10-game streak, 4 homers, 11 driven in. This is inside, and it's even 2 balls and 2 strikes. I feel safer. I don't know about you. Bryant's a huge guy up there. He's 6'5", 215, the numbers during the 10-game streak, and he stands with his feet very wide apart. 6'5", and he kind of gets down in there with that big crouch. Look at how wide he is down there.
He just kind of rears up on the toe of that front foot, gets his weight onto the backside, and then shifts into the pitch as he executes his swing. Pretty simple approach for a guy that generates as much power as he does. Of course, Goldie has a very simple approach too, and we've seen him put a charge on balls.
And Bryant's played 32 games this season, already leads the Cubs with 27 RBIs. And he hammers the 3-2 pitch down the left field line, but bangs it off the wall, foul.
through that hitting zone. That pitch was off the plate inside. He almost kept it fair down that left field line.
Lifts this one in the air to left center field. Ender and Ciarte. 2 down. Oh, a lot of fly ball outs tonight for Josh Comenter. Anthony Rizzo. I had nothing.
Yeah. Could be Thor's wife. I don't know.
And here's another guy, Rizzo. 6 homers in 20 games in May. And he drives that toward the pool. Right center field. A.J. Pollock will play it off the wall. And Anthony Rizzo cruises into second with his 10th double.
Rizzo at a very young age has developed that ability to look for certain pitches depending on what the opposing pitcher is throwing on a given night, and it's been very obvious early on Josh Comenter is going to throw a lot of off-speed pitches, so Rizzo goes up there and looks off-speed, narrowly misses hitting it out of the ballpark.
And Rizzo in the last 4 games against the Diamondbacks, going back to last season, 7 for 17 with 4 homers. He's been a problem. He's got a 2-out double. And Starlin Castro, who doubled his first time up, steps in. And Castro, despite the double earlier, in an offensive tailspin right now. Go back to April 28th. He was hitting .342. He had a great April. But since then, he's hit only .205. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. Comenter bobbleheads. Got the Star Wars one up there from last year. And the new one from this year. A ball and 2 strikes.
This could possibly end up a full count situation as well with Castro at the plate. We talked about him earlier, a very aggressive over swinger up there ahead in the count. Now's when you try to expand the zone, get him to chase something bad.
Like that.
Like that. Just gets a piece to stay alive. But if he happens to lay off a couple of those pitches, suddenly Josh is looking at a full count situation with 2 outs in the inning. Ball's a good 6 or 8 inches off the outside corner of the plate, and somehow Castro just gets a piece of it.
He's always had a very advanced talent level for his young age, Starlin Castro. He's still just 25, turned 25 in March. You forget how young he is.
He's the old man on the Cubs infield.
Yeah. Did it again there. Bounce to Tomas. Strong throw, and he gets him. They strand Rizzo at second, but the Cubs tie it up on Dexter Fowler's 5th of the year. It's a 1-1 ball game. Time for the superheroes to get it going. We'll see Pollock and Goldie in the Diamondback 3rd. Hey fans, got some news for you. The Diamondbacks today passed 200,000 followers on their Twitter feed, and as a special thank you to all the fans who follow at D-backs, they have launched a special 20-hour offer where you can get field level tickets for only $20, but you got to move on this. You have to get them before tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and use the offer code DB200K. That's DB200K. Be sure to follow the team on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat for all the latest news and behind the scenes access to the Diamondbacks. But a special offer now that we've gone over 200,000 followers on the Twitter. It's only good for 20 hours. Field level tickets, just $20, but you have to get on that before tomorrow morning at 10. So that's breaking news from the ticket folks here today. Ender struck out his first time up, and he's down 0-2 here. You're on all those, the Snapchat, the Insta, the Who's It's, the .coms. Called strike 3. Ted Barrett rings him up.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
AJ tripled and scored in his first at bat, came in a Goldie single, made it 1-0 Diamondbacks. Cubs tied it top of the third on Dexter Fowler's solo homer, his 5th of the year, and that's where we are. A 1-1 ball game. There's strike 1. So AJ's now hit safely in 4 straight. Had a quiet stretch earlier this month, AJ. A 10-game span where he hit just .220. 2 singles in the Philadelphia series. Had an 0 for 6 in that extra inning win on Monday in Miami, but then the pinch hit homer that won Tuesday's game to beat the Marlins. 3 hits Wednesday, 2 more yesterday, and 2 more tonight. He belts it into left. Stay hot.
First baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
We got a lady celebrating a birthday here tonight. Her name is Jerry Lane. She's celebrating her 100th birthday.
Wow. Happy birthday.
Look up there, mother.
She's got the Goldie bobblehead.
Happy birthday.
Goldie an RBI single and a stolen base his first time. And with A.J. Pollock at first, we'll keep a close eye here on John Lester, who, as we mentioned, cannot throw to first base. It's a mental thing. He's just got the yips. And sure enough, there goes Pollock. Diamondbacks are going to run wild tonight if they get the chance on John Lester. We saw them steal 7 bases in 1 game, tying a franchise record in the last series at Miami. And they've stolen 2 bases so far tonight.
And they've really done it without taking an inordinate lead over there at first base. That was just a regular sized lead that time for A.J. Pollock, still able to steal the base easily. I mean, they could probably take another 5, 8, 10 feet on their leadoff over there at first, and he's still not going to throw over there.
I think that the base runners, not just for the Diamondbacks, but all the teams that try and do this on Lester, they get such big leads it almost makes the runners uncomfortable.
They end up going back to the bag because they're so far off with their initial lead.
He can't throw to any of the bases. And, you know, and it goes to fielding his position as well. It's become a real thing. And Joe Madden has downplayed the issue with the media. And he says, look, I'd rather that Lester worry more about getting the fastball where he wants and the cutter where he wants and all the normal pitching things. So Madden says for him it's no issue, but, you know, that's publicly. And the remarkable thing is that no team, and nobody knows why, ever seems to take advantage of this issue for John Lester. You know, one advanced scout told the Boston Globe last month he has always included in his reports about the Cubs and the Red Sox or wherever Lester was pitching for about the throwing thing. But nobody ever seems to do anything about it.
Another guy that has similar issues, maybe not quite to the extent of John Lester, but Matt Garza, another former Cub pitcher, really had problems throwing to the bases, whether it was fielding a bunt or a pickoff attempt. And in my time in Chicago, I never saw anybody really take advantage of it.
3-2 to Goldie. Good pitch there by John Lester, and he strikes out Goldschmidt for his 3rd strikeout tonight.
It's a little baby slider or a cutter if you want. I talked about it earlier. He likes to start it across the bottom of the strike zone, unlike a lot of lefties that throw that cutter right in on the hands of a right-handed hitter. He prefers to work it across the bottom of the zone, have guys swing over the top of it.
The report on Lester in the Boston Globe did say that through all his time in Boston, when this kind of became a thing for Lester, the Red Sox spent a lot of time in spring training way out there on the backfield. Tomas skies this one aside, trying to help Lester beat this thing, and they were always amazed that teams rarely ever tested it. It's a 1-1 ball game as we go to the 4th.
Providing educational scholarships to families of military members who have been killed or disabled while serving our country. For more information, visit foxsportssupports.com.
It's Scout Night here at the ballpark, in addition to being a superhero night. And I know that's kind of a soft spot for you. One merit badge away.
One short. Yeah, we talked about this before. I never got my life-saving merit badge because we didn't have an indoor swimming pool within 100 miles of Coshocton, Ohio. And summertime was for baseball, so I just never had the opportunity to pick up that merit badge.
And that's it. One away from an Eagle Scout.
Yeah, and we've got a pool right here at the ballpark. If I could just get a troop leader to come out here and, you know, teach me a few things about saving lives, who knows?
I'd feel safer, too. Can we arrange that? There's got to be a way we can set that up. Or is the... You missed the window?
Statute of limitations, yeah, it's probably expired.
Jorge Soler leads off the Cubby fourth. Soler, Lake, and Ross 5, 6, and 7 against Josh Colemencher, who has labored here tonight. Still just does not look comfortable out there. So far, has given up 2 doubles and a home run. And this is well hit deep to center field. A.J. Pollock can't get it. It's off the wall. And Jorge Soler will stop at second. And that's the Cubs' 3rd double already tonight.
Fortunately, hit to the deepest part of the ballpark. 85-mile-an-hour fastball inside part of the plate. AJ goes all the way back to the wall, but kind of misjudged it. I think what happened is he took his eye off the ball to see where he was in relation to the fence, and then didn't pick it up quickly enough as he made his leap against the wall.
So Soler at second. To lead off the inning, Junior Lake lined out to right his first time.
10-pitch at bat for Junior Lake before lining out to Mark Trumbo in right there. Been a lot of long at bats here for Josh in the early going.
Drops down a nice bunt. Tomas will have to hurry. He's got no play. Brings up David Ross. They're on the corners now, no outs.
Boy, not expecting a bunt at all. Tomas was way back at third base. By the time he gets there, Lake is almost already to first base. And keep an eye on Lake over there at first. He loves the delayed steal. He won't immediately break for second base, take a couple of big crow hops off first base, and take off for second when the ball gets into the catcher's glove.
Yeah, this is an athletic team on the bases. Guys like Fowler and Castro and Soler and Lake and Russell, they can all run. Ross walked his first time. Trying to figure out what's going on with Josh Colmenter. Josh has suggested in recent weeks that he could be rushing his mechanics, not getting on top of the ball. Could be a variety of things. They've looked at a lot of video. But for him, as always, it comes down to fastball command. I've got Lester, who had a winless April, unbeaten in May. Josh was terrific in April, but has really slumped in May, an ERA near 11.5 this month. '70 pitches, 47 for strikes. Here's the 0-1. And Lester, still without a base hit in his career, in the 8th spot tonight, is on deck. Nice bounce back there for Colmenter. That's his second strikeout, one away.
So it's fouled straight back into the mid of Tuffy Gosewish. And now a possibility of a double play to get you out of this inning. You have to be alert here for a possible sac bunt to move Lake from first to second. Maybe a safety squeeze if he puts it down in a good location. And Soler thinks he can come down the line at third and score. And with that in mind, Chip Hale's going to go out and make sure everybody knows exactly what their responsibilities are in this situation.
And you've got Lester coming up now, 0 for 55 for his major league career. Tap back to the mound his first time. And Joe Madden, as we talked about, loves the idea of Lester hitting 8th with Russell behind him 9th. And, you know, he's funny. He described this in a typical Joe Madden way. He said, you know, the batting order is a circular situation. It's not the Columbus batting order that falls off the face of the earth. The batting order keeps coming around and around. And it works for Addison Russell, because after him you've got Fowler, Bryant, Rizzo. So there's another potential RBI there for the big guys at the top of the lineup. Lester squares to bunt.
An odd looking play that time. Junior Lake turned and broke several steps towards second base as Lester was squaring around to try to put down a bunt.
Gary Jones down there at third.
And Lester has not put down a sac bunt this year. He only has 5 over the course of his entire career. Of course, most of that spent in the American League.
Pops that one. It's funny, he can't throw to a base and he can't hit, but he's making $155 million. Pretty good pitcher, though.
Well, the things that you do well, you better do really well.
And he does. He has been a horse, there's no question. John Lester. An All-Star 3 times for the Red Sox, parts of 9 seasons in Boston. Twice finished top 4 in the Cy Young voting. Won a pair of World Series rings. And he's a write it in stone 30-start 200 inning a year guy. But he's down 0-2. Yes, he went. So John Lester, the drought continues. 0 for 56 as a major league hitter and 1 shy of the big league record for most at bats without a hit to start a career. And now we'll see if the batting the pitcher in the 8th spot comes back to bite Joe Madden. We're in the corners now with 2 outs for Russell, who flat out his first time. I guess it wouldn't matter in this inning either way. You're going to have Russell hit and Lester hit in any order, but you get a 2-out hit here. You could have had Lester bunt, you just couldn't get it down. And now you need the 2-out hit.
It just seems to me like that over the course of the season, it's going to hurt you as many times as it helps you. But I'm sure Joe Madden and his staff have crunched the numbers and decided this is the best way to approach it.
He says he loves the flow of it, and he had the number at the top of his head. I asked him, he said 2. It's hurt us twice this year. There were 2 times. But he loves the idea of Russell in the 9 spot and batting Bryant second, because it's almost like Bryant is in a 3 or 4 spot with Russell hitting 9th. And Coleman behind 3-0. Addison Russell only 21 years old. For the last several seasons, one of the top shortstop prospects in all of baseball, although he's been playing second base for Joe Madden since his call up to the big leagues April 21st. Started the year at AAA Iowa. Three and 2. Boy, if he can wiggle off the hook here, that's a Houdini act. His 6th full count of the ball game so far. A double by Soler off the wall in center to start the inning. A bunt single by Lake. He has struck out Ross and Lester. And now he's 3 and 2 on Russell. Here goes Lake from first. Tomas tackles that one down there. Tough play. And the run scores. And Lake, flying around the bases, is in at third. Soler scores to make it 2-1 Chicago. Nice hustle there by Junior Lake, going first to third on that. Soler makes it 2-1 Cubs.
Lake has always been a very aggressive base runner, sometimes to the point of carelessness. But once he saw Yasmani Tomas try to make that throw from his knees, he realized he wasn't going to be able to get much on it. Nobody's covering the bag at third right now, so Lake just turned the corner, and Goldie realized there was nobody there to take the throw, so he just held on to it.
Single and an RBI for Addison Russell, and here's Dexter Fowler.
I'll tell you what, partner, as quickly as Yasmani Tomas has picked things up down there at third base, if that same play happens in August or September, I bet he would pump fake and pick Junior Lake off second base.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously learning the personnel in the game, knowing who's overly aggressive on the bases, who's more cautious.
One and 1 to Fowler, who homered his last time up, his 5th of the year. A solo shot that just cleared the right field wall over the head of Trumbo. Excuse me, check swing. Gotta have to hurry here. And he throws him out. But the Cubs get one more. Bottom 4 coming up at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail it 2-1. part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One. Great taste, no face, available at local retailers. The Dark Knight, no, not Matt Harvey, the other one. Overlooking Chase Field and some other versions in the house as well on this Superheroes night. Diamondbacks drill Cubs 2-1. Mark Trumbo leads off the fourth against lefty John Lester. Trumbo flied out his first time. He's got a 5-game hitting streak. And Mark now at 277 on the year. He's got 6 homers. You a superhero guy at all? You like going to those superhero movies?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't mind them.
You got the Avengers, you got Iron Man, you got all the Batman trilogies, Superman. You got a favorite? Russell at second.
I like the old Batman TV series.
Adam West.
Yes.
Burt Ward.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
There's the whole collection.
Who is out keeping humanity safe tonight? All the superheroes are here.
Could be trouble. That Captain America looks a little deflated. T-shirt embracing the superhero theme tonight. Chris Owings grounded out his first time. He was all huddled up with Turner Ward this afternoon, early batting practice. Seo's had a couple of 0 for 4s in his last 2 games, right after that 7-game hit streak. And he hit .450 during that 7-game streak. There's Turner Ward, the hitting coach, working with Ender Inciarte there. But Seo at this point in the year, getting toward late May, still a little up and down, looking for that consistent stroke up there. Batman manning the camera. It was a little intimidating. Lester 50 pitches, 31 strikes. Seo belts it down the left field line. 1-2. I liked in the old Batman show, you know, when they're climbing up the side of the buildings with the rope, and celebrities would always pop their heads out the window. You know, Vincent Price or some celebrity from the 60s, right to Bryant. You know, he'd look, hey, what are you guys doing here? Hey, it's Merv Griffin. Hi, Merv. There's trouble up on the roof.
Robin. I remember this one for some reason. He owes his life to dental hygiene. And I think there was dental floss was used at one point to save Robin from sure disaster. And I don't remember exactly what led up to it, but Robin said, I owe my life to dental hygiene.
Well, we all do in different ways. Tuffy Gozawish. They made a movie. Remember, they had a whole big 2-hour movie. They had all the villains in one movie. The Bat Boat, and they had the Bat Cycle, Bat Girl. When the going gets tough, we've got Tuffy, so no need to worry.
As far as I'm concerned, the villains are the guys wearing the other uniform. And the superheroes are wearing white tonight.
High ball out to Lake and left. Cover a lot of ground out there. Lester, his first 1-2-3 inning of the ball game. Take off the cowl. It's 2-1 Cubs. fans, here's your chance to beat the Heat. Tonight's word is superhero. Log on to FoxSportsArizona.com/beat the Heat and enter that word for your chance to win a trip to San Diego for the 4th of July weekend. Throughout May, we'll have a word of the day every game. Once you see it, go to FoxSportsArizona.com/beat the Heat and enter that word. The password is superhero. Chris Bryant, he's been kind of a Superman this year. He's been in the big leagues about a month. He'll lead off the 5th. He's 0 for 2 so far. Chris Bryant, you may have heard, had a decent spring training in Mesa this year. Just 14 spring training games. He hit 9 home runs, batted .425, and the Cubs sent him to the minors, they said, to work on his defense. That was a problem.
What was it, 8 games he had to stay down there in order to avoid starting the clock on him, and the Cubs went 5-3 in those 8 games, but they finish a game short come season's end. You know Cubs fans are going to be saying, boy, if we only had Chris Bryant there for opening day.
Look, the rules are in place. They're collectively bargained. The Cubs just working within the system that's in place. So it's hard to fault him for trying to save some money on a guy who's clearly going to be a superstar. But he looks at strike 3. 4 strikeouts for Colemenser. And Bryant so far 0 for 3.
First baseman Anthony Rizzo.
Archie was on the opening day roster for the Diamondbacks. Pitched his way right on there. Team almost had no choice. They said last 3 starts, spring training, Archie better and better. Archie, by the way, is now being fined in this came up today. He's being fined in kangaroo court for all the selfies. Brad Ziegler and company put a stop to that. There's Rizzo. Shift is on the right hand side. Anthony Rizzo 1 for 2, doubled his last time up. Rizzo, a really good hitter last year. He is now a great hitter. And Joe Madden was telling me before the ball game, just loves him. Roller to first, Goldie will take it himself.
He better love him, because Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer, kind of running the show for the Cubs, have traded for him twice. He was a guy they identified right out of the chute as a player you can build a team around. They love the fact he takes a lot of pitches. He'll take his walks, but yet has tremendous power, a great average hitter. I mean, what's not to like?
Yeah, he has become Anthony Rizzo. At the age of 25, he'll be 26 in August. Really the unquestioned leader of this ball club. And they have already locked him up long term, 7 years, $41 million. There's another option there. They can actually control him through the 2021 season. Here's Castro. And he is the man in that Cub clubhouse. Castro doubled in the second, grounded out his last time up. A lot of teams need shortstops, and we talked about the idea that maybe they move Castro at some point, move Russell over to short. Castro's got a long-term deal too, but it's pretty reasonable. He had a 7-year, $60 million contract. There's about $44 million left on the deal. He just turned 25 in March, so if you really need a shortstop like the Mets do, like the Yankees might, maybe you call Theo and Jed and say, hey, what about Starlin Castro? It's not like he's unmovable. And Tom Ricketts, who's the Cubs chairman, said this spring that the team will have the flexibility financially to do whatever Theo needs to do in the middle of the season. If they decide they need another arm, either in the rotation or the bullpen, another bat on the bench, whatever you want to do, Ricketts says they can do. And it might involve moving Starlin Castro. You slide Russell over to short, plug one of the other prospects in there, Baez maybe at second. Now Contra is another guy. This is well hit to center. AJ. And a 1-2-3-5 for Josh Comenter, who settles in on superhero night. Diamondbacks trail at 2-1. Right here at the ballpark, courtesy of Gila River Casinos, it's Fedora Cap Day. June 6th against the Mets, Tony La Russa bobblehead day. Then July 20th against the Padres. Get your D-back backpack. Tickets available right now for all those giveaway games at dbacks.com. We got our BB, our fedoras today, and I pulled an Archie Bradley. I tweeted a selfie of myself. That's why they call it a selfie in the fedora hat with the whole thing. I thought I looked like Judge Schmales, frankly. I put it out there on the Twitter and I got clobbered. Nick Ahmed gives it a run and it is gone. Nick Ahmed, his first of the year, and we're tied at 2. He has now hit in 7 straight, and the bat is coming around.
Loving it over there. Little cutter that he left over the inside part of the plate, and Nick gets full extension through that ball. Chaz Roberts air conditioning. Cool play of the game. Game tying homer by Nick Ahmed.
How about that? Leads off the 5th. Lester had retired the last 5 he faced, and there it goes. Nick Ahmed, in the words of Tony La Russa, is in that group of guys with the D-backs that are or will be championship winners. And he was asked about Nick's slow start at the plate, Tony, and he said Nick is making a real positive effort with Turner Ward and Mark Grace to build that batting stroke and create one that he can repeat. One that will make him an offensive plus for the Diamondbacks. And in fact, Tony said last weekend in Philadelphia, they believe in Nick Ahmed. The organization knows the talent. They know the work ethic. But as Tony said, you don't just flip the switch. Nick is making adjustments. He'll continue to make those adjustments. And right now, with a 7-game hitting streak, 10 hits over that span, including a home run, we're starting to see the results of all that work. Soler. He's off the interstate at 200.
That's a big step right there.
All smiles. Nick Ahmed is first of the year. Ender Inciarte now. He is 0 for 2. He struck out twice. He's the man that does all the work. Turner Ward is assistant right there. Mark Grace. Ender coming off a 3-hit game yesterday afternoon in Miami and helping complete that 4-game sweep of the Marlins. Ender started all 7 games, in fact, on the last road trip, had 10 hits. And this is one of the qualities that makes him such a good leadoff candidate as a left-hand hitter, is that he hits left-hand pitching. You don't have to drop him down. Remember when Gerardo Parra would lead off oftentimes? You'd have to drop him down to 7th or so because he struggled against lefties. Russell collects that one. But with Ender, you don't have to do that. Just plug him in and off he goes.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 13 years. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Highlights, live look-ins, a pitch tracking widget, and more. Blackout rules apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Smoking hot right now. It's A.J. Pollock. 2 for 2. A triple, a single. He has scored a run. He's stolen a base. Rolls that one out to shortstop. Castro's there. Nick Ahmed, his first home run of the year, has tied it 2-2 in the 5th. Wham! Boffo. What are some of the other ones? Bammo, Zippo, Harpo, Chico. Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. 6th inning at Chase Field. 2-2 ball game and a new pitcher on for the Diamondbacks. On the relief of Josh Coleman, who goes just 5 innings here tonight. It's Daniel Hudson.
I know a lot of you are probably thinking, didn't Josh Coleman just hit in the bottom half of the 5th inning? Yeah, he came up after the Nick Ahmed home run and took the at-bat, but Chip Hale with a 4-man bench available tonight. One of those guys being Jordan Pacheco, the backup catcher, just didn't feel it was a proper time to fire one of his bench bullets. So Josh took the at bat and then gives way to Daniel Hudson.
We'll keep that card in the deck a little longer,
just in case.
Jorge Soler doubled and scored his last time up. He'll lead off the 6th against Tutty. 1 for 2 so far. Yeah, seeing 5 innings of Josh Coleman at 83-84. Now you'll get Hudson at 95-96. Great crowd here tonight. Superhero night, scout night at Chase Field. A monster player in the making is how Joe Madden describes Jorge Soler. Just turned 23 in February. 6'4", 215, just an absolute specimen up there. But going through a bit of a rough patch right now. Leading the National League in strikeouts, but a guy that Madden says just has prodigious talent. Two balls, two strikes. Comenter, who was seemingly in a 3-2 count all night long, out of the ball game, and Daniel Hudson goes full on the first batter. He faces Soler and strikes him out.
With a changeup, that's a good sign for Daniel Hudson. Continues to work on those secondary pitches.
Coors Light, cold hard facts. Diamondback bullpen last 4 games has been outstanding. How about yesterday afternoon when Addison Reed came on with a 1-run lead in the 8th inning, threw 11 pitches, 9 strikes, and Brad Ziegler as the closer worked the 1-2-3-9 and locked down that 4-game sweep. Junior Lake, bunt single for a base hit his last time up. 1 for 2, 97 from Huddy, misses. It's 1-0. Superhero night, and don't leave out America's first baseman.
All he needs is a cape and a mask down there at first base. That one ticketed for the right field corner. Goldie with good range, even on a hard hit ball like that. Quickly moves to his left, takes extra bases away from Junior Lake.
Captain America.
There you go.
And you got the t-shirt tonight that has the shield design, only with a Diamondback logo in the middle. Here's Ross, who has walked and struck out, the catcher. 97 in there for strike 1. David Ross played in Boston the last 2 seasons, got a World Series ring. Parts of 13 years in the big leagues. The Cubs are his 7th team. And he has become the quintessential backup catcher. Cubs actually for a long time carried 3 catchers on their roster. They just traded Wellington Castillo to Seattle. Very shallow left. Ahmed ranging way out there, and Ciarte will take care of that, and Daniel Hudson works a 1-2-3-6. We are tied up at 2. The Cubs and Diamondbacks at Chase Field.
Top of the inning, Jody Jackson and Joe Borowski getting set for Diamondbacks Live, our post-game show. We'll have a lot to talk about. Joe, your take on Josh Colemanter tonight?
Well, after a rough start, I thought he settled in nicely his last few innings. But I'll show you how he was able to keep this hot-hitting Chicago Cubs team and limit them to 2 runs. Yeah,
certainly limited the damage tonight. Kept the team in the game. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, guys. Superhero night. The Dark Knight. Patrolling out there somewhere. Here's America's first baseman. Paul Goldschmidt leads off the 6th against John Lester. Goldie an RBI single in the first, 1 for 2. Base hit. Go downstairs to Kate.
Well, guys, you might say Tomas found a phone booth in Miami playing like Superman in that series, batting .500 as he had his 6th straight multi-hit game. Chip said with a lot of family and friends in attendance, he saw Tomas return to having fun on the diamond. The skipper admitted that Tomas didn't have the spring he was capable of, but after struggling, he's really made a commitment to his play, spending a lot of time in the weight room. He's dropped some pounds, lighter on his feet, and really turning those plays on defense that the Diamondbacks believed he could do. And now Chip Hell said with Jake Lamb getting ready to come off the disabled list, you know, there's some conversation as to how to get both these guys in the lineup.
Yeah, Yasmani Tomas, 6 straight multi-hit games coming into tonight, but 0 for 2 so far. He's been swinging at the first pitch, it seems, all night. Jake Lamb is here. He's actually been taking some at-bats in some of the rehab games like Patrick Corbin, and he doesn't run yet. And they're thinking first week of June. Obviously, it's taken longer than they thought with that stress reaction in his foot. They stopped it before it got to be a stress fracture, but they're going to be very careful. Back to Dave McKay with those quick hands down there at first. How about that? The throw, not so much. But well, it's a big weekend here. We got outdoor recreation day tomorrow. Superhero night tonight. Fedora Cap on Sunday. So come on down to the ballpark this weekend. Cubs and Diamondbacks. We think we can do 100,000 fans this weekend. Announced attendance tonight, BB, 34,498. And don't forget tomorrow, outdoor recreation night. You can go outside the ballpark and fish, shoot a bow and arrow, get the camo hat if you got the ticket package. MLB Network bag. The big unit is here. He stopped by our booth to say hello. He's heading down actually next week to Mobile to go look at some of the pitchers with the Bay Bears. 0-2 to Yasmani Tomas. There goes Goldie. And he will make it without a throw from Ross. Tomas was falling over in front of the Cubs catcher there, so they really had no play, and that's the 3rd time tonight in 3 attempts the Diamondbacks have stolen a base on John Lester.
I mean, you could almost call this defensive indifference because Lester's just not going to throw over there.
Goldie's got 2 steals, now 8 on the year. Got to take advantage of that. 1-2 now. Tomas 0 for 3, strikes out. That's 4 strikeouts for John Lester.
Tomas trying to inside out everything during the course of that at bat. First of all, when Goldie was at first base trying to take advantage of that hole, and then after Goldie stole the bag, even with 2 strikes, Tomas trying to work that ball to the right side.
Trumbo 0 for 2. Goldie 2 stolen bases tonight. That ties a career high. It's his 3rd time he's done that. I think Lester, because he can throw to a base, and we've seen this a number of times in this ball game, will take those long, exaggerated pauses from the set position and just stare over them.
And he will try to slide step from time to time to unload it a little bit quicker to home plate. But yeah, really, if you're an alert base runner and have done your homework, it shouldn't make any difference.
And look at that. He went a long time without even trying anything. pickoff attempts, John Lester.
0 last season.
Yeah, last month his first pickoff attempt since April of 2013. So really you're talking 2 years. He had actually gone, John Lester, 66 starts without ever throwing over to first base. That's amazing.
That is amazing.
And yet no one has ever, in a sense, called him on it or tried to take advantage of it. 2-1 to Trumbo. Drives it to Soler in right. And he runs it down at the wall. Goldie back to the bag.
Chance off the bat. Nice down and through swing. Got a lot of backspin on that ball, but Soler catches it right up against the barrier in right field.
So they'll need a 2-out base hit here from Chris Owings to get that run home with Goldie at second. CO 0 for 2 so far.
I know another left-handed pitcher that didn't really control the running game all that well, but it didn't seem to bother him. Just had a shot of him a moment ago. The big unit.
That's because he never had any base runners.
And if you happen to steal a base against Randy and look like you enjoyed it a little bit too much, your next at bat, you were going to be reminded why it's not good to steal on Randy.
Once again, Chris Owings swinging at the first pitch. Low throw from Castro, but Rizzo scoops it. And Lester strands the leadoff single. We'll go to the 7th. It's a 2-2 ball game. In part by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford. Cherry 5-hour energy shots, helping support Special Operations Warrior Foundation. And by Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. The Dark Knight overlooking Chase Field. Wolverine manning the camera on Superhero Night. How can you operate a camera when you got pitchforks for hands? That's tough. He's got an itch, he can't scratch it.
Edward Scissorhands wasn't really a superhero.
Just don't start singing songs from Les Mis, please. Lester leads off the 7th. So this is the at-bat that will tie the record. Lester 0 for 56 as a major league hitter. The big league record for most at-bats without a hit to begin a career is 57, set by Padres pitcher Joey Hamilton in 1994 and 95. Lester 0 for his career. 1-2.
I wonder how you feel about that. You get to a certain point where maybe you don't want to get a hit.
Try to keep it going.
Have a 12 or 15 year career and never get a hit.
No, I wouldn't like that.
I mean, it's kind of like he goes down with strikes.
Ties the record.
Our old buddy Dwayne Kuiper retired with 1 major league homer. Now, if he'd have hit a second one, big deal. A lot of guys hit 2 home runs.
Well, all right. Can he get 1 hit, Lester? You give him 1?
Maybe his last at bat.
Not in this series.
Not in this series for sure.
Dwayne Kuiper played parts of 12 years in the big leagues. Went a long time before he got his first and only homer. That was 1977.
Against Steve Stone.
The Stone Pony.
Don't think we didn't remind Stoney of that every time we saw him.
Not a he gone. And then Kuiper homered in 77. He played all the way to 85. Finished with you and the Giants. Broke in 74. Homered in 77. And then from 77 to 85 did not hit a single home run. A .271 lifetime hitter. A career slugging percentage for Kuiper of .316.
There you go.
Addison Russell.
I know I've told the story in the past. When I was playing for the Giants, we used to play an exhibition game every year right before the regular season started, and it would rotate. We'd play University of San Francisco, University of Santa Clara, Stanford, and Dwayne Kuiper actually hit a home run in one of those exhibition games against some poor kid from Stanford that probably got his scholarship taken away immediately. But to the best of my knowledge, the only other home run he hit.
Russell chases that one in the dirt, and Daniel Hudson has got his 3rd strikeout. Not giving the ring back. Oh, see, not giving the Diamondback. Diamondback. That's pretty good, actually. Bachelorette party. Yeah, August 29th. Was the date of that 1977 Dwayne Kuiper bobblehead. And the Giants, I think it was last year or the year before, I forget, honored the anniversary or something of that Kuiper home run by giving out a bobblehead of Kuiper in an Indians uniform.
How about that?
And it was one of the coolest bobbleheads you've ever seen because it had that classic mid to late 70s Indians all red uniform, the red pants, the red top.
Yeah.
And Kuiper, the bobblehead, given out by the Giants in an Indians uniform. Dexter Fowler. You get those on eBay. You got those on eBay. They're $200. Fowler homered in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3.
He's throwing a good changeup tonight. This is the Dexter Fowler home run back in the 3rd inning. He's got a hanging fastball right in the middle of the plate. Just cleared that fence out in right field.
Daniel Hudson a strike away from getting the side in order. Ball game here for you. 2-2, 7th inning. Diamondbacks will have the lower 3rd of their order up. Tuffy goes to wish Nick Ahmed and the pitcher's spot after we stretch at Chase Field. 1-2 pitch. It's even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Buddy on the run. He'll take it himself. And Daniel Hudson Retires all 6 he faced here and working the 6th and the 7th. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Nick Ahmed, who homered his last at bat, is coming up. Hey fans, tonight after the postgame show, Fox Sports Live will offer a full night of NHL and NBA playoff action, plus all the highlights from tonight's Major League games. Fox Sports Live tonight at 10 on Fox Sports 1, or right here on Fox Sports Arizona, right after the Diamondback Live postgame show. Tuffy Gozawish leads off the Arizona 7th. 2-2 ball game here at Chase Field. John Lester still in there for the Cubs. He has gone all the way so far. Tuffy 0 for 2. Josh Colmenter worked 5. Daniel Hudson retired all 6 he faced in the 6th and 7th. Pitcher's spot due up 3rd in this inning. And the bullpen is busy down there, so we'll likely see a pinch hitter after Nick Ahmed. 0-2. Cubs bullpen busy as well.
Looks like David Ross has one of those like a cheat sheet on that wristband on the left arm. I saw him before that last pitch by John Lester kind of open it up and look at some information in there, and then called the next pitch on Tuffy Gozawish. Maybe just some reminders of the advanced scouting report.
80 pitches for Lester, 53 strikes. Yeah, it's like a quarterback back there with the plays. Kind of surprised actually, though, with all the information you have to store in your head about, all right, how are we going to pitch that guy, this guy likes it in, this guy likes it away, up, down, the whole thing. That more catchers don't have kind of a little cheat sheet on that.
Well, most catchers are so smart they don't need any
I should have thought of that. Yeah. Tony Stark back there, all the brain power. 2-2.
Where you do see a lot of that is in the college game, where all the coaches want to call everything.
Well, Tuffy, good at bat here, who is down no balls and 2 strikes, and he's worked it full. And he works a leadoff walk. That's a tremendous at bat by Tuffy. And here's Nick Ahmed, first walk issued by John Lester tonight. This was Ahmed in his last at bat to lead off the 5th. His first of the year. So you've got Gozawish at first, the leadoff walk. Ahmed up. Pitcher spot is next, and Aaron Hill is in the on-deck circle.
So the guy homered in his last at bat, probably be asked to put down a bunt this time.
Bryant is creeping in on the grass at third. Sure enough, Nick shows bunt, but pulls back, and it's ball one. Enrique Burgos warming up with the Diamondback bullpen.
And with Bryant charging as hard as he can from third base, no responsibility to hold on a runner. He's right in Nick Ahmed's grill. Got to bunt this ball to the first base side. Force Anthony Rizzo to come in and make the play.
Enrique got his first 2 career big league saves as part of the 4-game sweep in Miami. Once again, Ahmed shows back, and Tuffy wandered too far off the bag, and he is a dead duck. It looked like he may have lost his footing, and that hurt in a 2-2 game 7th inning. Yeah, he slipped.
This is just me thinking out loud here, but we have well documented John Lester's issues trying to hold runners on at first base. I think rather than give up an out on a sacrifice bunt, I'd try to play hit and run. Tuffy might steal the base.
So that's put out 2-3. It is not a caught stealing. 2-3 on the pickoff down there from Ross, and a 2-1 count on Ahmed with Hill on deck. Coming at you. By the way, have you seen what's going on down in Reno? We got some hitters down there.
I know Danny Doran hadn't made an out for about a month.
He's batting .500 for the season. Bouncer to short. Castro. Yeah, Danny Dorn today for Reno. They lost 10-8 at Omaha against the Storm Chasers. Dorn was 1 for 5, which broke a streak of 10 straight multi-hit games. He's batting .500 for the year. Peter O'Brien continues having a big season for Phil Nevin. Here comes Chris Bosio, the pitching coach. O'Brien in right field tonight for the Aces. 4 for 5, 2 doubles and a homer. And he's hitting .342. Aaron Hill will hit for the pitcher. By the way, we have another update. This was from Mobile, where David Hernandez is rehabbing after Tommy John. David pitched 1 inning for the Bay Bears tonight. No hits or runs, had a walk and 2 strikeouts.
Here's the next step in his return to the bullpen here at Chase Field in the very near future.
So with Lester about to throw pitch number 90 on the night. Nobody on, 2 outs. Aaron Hill hitting .260 with 3 homers will take the at bat for Hudson. And it looks like we'll see Burgos in the 8th. Aaron drove in a run with a sacrifice fly and a pinch hit appearance in yesterday's win at Miami. 4 for 35 career against Lester. They saw a lot of each other in the American League East. And Hill is down 0-2. Lester a Boston Red Sox and Aaron Hill a Toronto Blue Jay. Lester's a guy that can go pretty deep into ball games. He's always been just a horse out there. Big guy, 6'4", 240, very durable. At least 200 innings in 6 of the last 7 seasons, 7 straight years of at least 30 starts. And another good at bat here by a Diamondback hitter in this inning.
Well, Lester threw 110 pitches in each of his last 2 starts, 106 in the start before that.
And just like Tuffy Gozawish to lead off the 7th, Aaron Hill was down 0-2, but he's worked it full. 2-out walk. Second walk in the inning issued by John Lester.
Take a look at this day in Major League Baseball history, brought to you by Geico as usual. Andre Dawson was intentionally walked 5 times in a ball game on May 22nd, 1990. Set a major league record.
The Hawk won an MVP award on a lousy Cubs team.
Lousy ball club.
Inciarte 0 for 3, struck out twice. Bryant will play a step or two in on the grass at third just in case, with Aaron Hill at first and 2 outs. Roll to second, right to Russell. We will go to the 8th inning. It's a good one here at Chase. Cubs and D-backs tied at 2. Homestand, Batman. That's the Gig Life High Speed Highlights brought to you by Cox. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks. Had his first 2 big league saves, went 2 for 2 in save opportunities. As part of that 4-game sweep at Marlins Park this week, it's big Enrique Burgos, his 11th appearance of the year. Chris Bryant leads it off in the 8th.
Hey, you're not that cool, dude.
Bryant so far 0 for 3, struck out his last time. 5 homers in his last 12 games, so be careful.
You see Tuffy trying to get real small back there on that outside corner. It called for a fastball from Burgos. He got it at 96 miles an hour, but Tuffy tried to get down to ground level that time to make sure Burgos kept the pitch down there around the knees.
This is a guy last year that led all of the minor leagues in homers. And he chases that one, strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. Bryant 0 for 4. And a good start for Burgos.
Slider for a strike to jump ahead in the count. That fastball low and away, and then comes right back with the slider in the same location as the fastball right before it. That's a nice sequence from Burgos.
And now the equally dangerous Anthony Rizzo from the left-hand side. So the Diamondbacks, as you see there, put on the overshift. 3 infielders on the right-hand side. Tomas essentially playing second base. And Chris Owens out there in shallow right. Rizzo doubled in the 3rd, 1 for 3. 8 home runs on the year, 6 of those here in the month of May. In fact, Rizzo's slugging percentage this month is over .660. And as Joe Madden has said, really good right now, Anthony Rizzo. One of the top 5 best at-bats in all of baseball. The numbers on Lester looks like he is done. 2 earned on 5 hits and 7. 2-0 to Rizzo. Pedro Strop warming up for the Cubs. They did actually appeal down to third there, and I think Scott Berry said he went.
Well, we mentioned that Rizzo has been hit by pitch 12 times this year. He's also swung at pitches and been hit by them. He's staying so close to the plate on those breaking balls on the inside part. He's actually started the bat and been hit by pitches.
So 2 balls and a strike. A slow roller.
Rizzo in the batter's box. He didn't even make an effort to run down that first baseline.
Yeah, he is the best in baseball, BB, at getting hit by pitches. He's been plunked 12 times.
Right off the right ankle and rolled out to second base.
Yeah, we've had catchers say, you know, you're told to work to Rizzo inside. Well, the catchers will say there is no inside. He's right on top of the plate. Got that back foot planted right on that back line there, almost in the back corner of the batter's box. And then everything, just the hands and the bat, the head, the shoulder, all hangs over the plate. That toe is very close to the catcher, and everything just kind of intrudes into the inner portion of the strike zone.
Told it 3 times in a 2-game span a couple of years ago. He swung at a pitch and got hit by it 3 times in 2 days.
Well, he's gone next level with the plate discipline. He's got a tremendous idea of the strike zone, walks a lot as a big power hitter. In fact, he's behind only Bryce Harper in the National League in on-base percentage. On-base percentage just about .450. Second in all of baseball. Walk rate for Rizzo an all-time high, and his strikeout rate by far a career low, just over 10%, which is just about half of what it was last year. 2-2. Popped him up. Nobody over there except Nick Ahmed. That's all right. 2 down.
Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 16 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
2 down for Castro, doubled in the second. He's 1 for 3. 2-6-1 for the Cubs, 2-5-0 for the Diamondbacks. Each team has stranded 5. Now we got another good ball game. Had a whole bunch of good ball games in Miami. Every game was close, and you know, last couple of years, Bob, let's face it, a Cubs D-back game, you kind of might go, all right, but both these teams improving. It's a fun ball game here.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's talked about the Cubs. They are busy. They think they can win right now. They made a series of roster moves this week, 6 of them, in fact. Sensing that this solid start to the year, they're only 3.5 out of the division lead in the Central, that start could develop into a legitimate postseason run. And a lot of experts thought, well, the Cubs, they got all that young talent. They're a year or 2 away. That's not the way Joe Madden wants them to think. That's not the way they are thinking. There is a sense of urgency with this Cubs team. James Russell said that, the reliever. And this group wants to prove to everybody else that they are not a joke. And they're not just blowing smoke. But Burgos, with 2 strikeouts in the inning, works a 1-2-3-8. Coming up for the Diamondbacks, the heart of the order, Pollock, Goldie, and Tomas.
Joe Borowski getting set for our postgame show. Joe, this is a little reminiscent of the games against the Marlins. So good pitching so far, but it looks like right now in the hands of the bullpen.
Hudson, Burgos, they set the tone, 3 solid innings. Now Diamondbacks bullpen has to outlast the Cubs bullpen, hopefully bring home that 5th straight victory.
Hopefully that is the case. They're looking to keep the momentum going and get a 5th straight win. Guys, send it back to you.
Well, guys, they have the big bats coming up here against the new Cubs pitcher on in relief of John Lester. It's the veteran right-hander Pedro Strop, a 3.86 ERA, his 22nd appearance.
Fastball slider pitcher. You'll see as many, if not more, sliders than fastballs.
A.J. Pollock tripled and scored in the first, singled and stole a base in the third. He's 2 for 3. He'll lead off the Arizona 8th. And Lester is out of the ballgame. A.J. down 0-2. Broken bat. A roller to Bryant at third. Look at that arm. He can really throw.
Up in AJ's hand. Another slider hits it out toward the end of the bat. Barrel went helicoptering out to the left side, stuck in the grass, and Bryant needed every bit of that big arm to get AJ in first base.
1 out for Goldie. 2 singles and 2 stolen bases. He's got an RBI. Goldie 5 for 25 on the road trip, including a home run in Philadelphia. 2 for 3 tonight. There's a strike, 1-1. Big cut at that one. 1-2.
Tries that quick pitch. Strop does not come to a full set out there. Of course, you don't have to with nobody on base. Surprise Goldie that time with a slide step slider.
see a win. Second strikeout tonight for Paul Goldschmidt. 2 down in the 8th, and here's Tomas.
Slider mania. He started to sequence to Goldie with 3 straight fastballs, something he probably hasn't done much of this season, but finishes him off with that nasty slider.
Well, Tomas, 6 straight multi-hit games coming into tonight, but he's 0 for 3. Struck out his last time. First pitch swinging. He's been doing that all night, it seems. An easy play for Russell, and Strope works a 1-2-3-8. We are tied up, headed to the 9th in Phoenix. Later start than normal on Saturday here tomorrow night. Diamondback Live pregame show comes away at 6:30 on Fox Sports Arizona. 7:10 start for Jake Arrieta and Ruby De La Rosa. Both those guys have been really good lately. And tonight, Bob, the Diamondback bullpen, after Josh Collmenter went only 5 innings. Daniel Hudson 2 innings, Enrique Burgos 1. They retired all 9 they faced with 5 strikeouts.
Yeah, Huddy struck out 3, and Burgos comes in and strikes out the first and last guy he faced in the 8th inning. Now it's Brad Ziegler's turn to take the mound for the Diamondbacks.
Jorge Soler, Junior Lake, and David Ross 5, 6, and 7 in the Chicago 9th. The 20th appearance of the year for Brad, who has a .93 ERA. Soler doubled and scored in the 4th, 1 for 3. Brad has pitched in the last 2 ball games for the Diamondbacks. He closed things out in Miami yesterday. Pitched 1 inning on Wednesday night through only 5 pitches. Fly ball right field for Trumler. Roof open, panels closed. A nice cool night here in downtown Phoenix. Diamondbacks and Cubs first at 3. Great crowd on hand, more than 34,000. 1 away in the 9th. Here's Junior Lake, who had a bunt single in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Miguel Montero. David Ross, who is John Lester's personal catcher, not much of an offensive player, will apparently not take the at-bat. Lester is out of the game, so those two are max set. Ross will leave, so it looks like Montero will take the at-bat and remain in the ball game to catch. 1-1 to Lake. Just rejoined the Cubs from the minor leagues on Tuesday. 5 hits and 17 at bats so far this year. Big cut at that one, and Brad's ahead 1-2. Miguel Montero will be next. It's Miggy time. Once again at Chase Field. Got a little ovation from the crowd when he was introduced, warming up Lester earlier in the ball game between innings. Doesn't get Lake to bite on that one, and it's even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got him. 2 down, and here comes Miggy. Mike Harkey to the mound while we await the announcement of the pinch hitter.
Pinch hitting for David Ross, number 47, Miguel Montero.
Now making out.
Miggy at 286 this year, 4 homers. He has been among the Cubs' best hitters so far this year. After 837 games as the D-backs backstop. And Miggy really didn't get consistent playing time for the first 5 weeks of the season or so. They were carrying 3 catchers, so he only started 11 games in April. But now that they're down to 2 catchers, Wellington Castillo traded to Seattle. He's getting a lot more reps. Did not start tonight with Lester on the mound for the Cubs. But he's hitting over .320 in May. And his on-base percentage this month is near .470. He's been walking a lot. So he's bought into the Joe Madden theory. And he's ahead 3-1. We've seen that swing once or twice.
Yeah, I was just going to say that 3-1 swing, try to hit it up there over Gonzo's number. I was just thinking about Miggy catching Brad Ziegler all those times. Now he's on the other side. It's a lot easier calling the pitches than it is trying to hit them.
Sure enough, he works a 2-out walk. And now the pitcher spot is 8th in the Chicago order. That's what Joe Madden likes to do. So they will hit for the pitcher. Here comes Chip Hale. And the left-hander Chris Coughlin has been announced as the pinch hitter. And we're going to see a pitching change here as Oliver Perez will come in. The left-hander, now that the left-hand hitter for the Cubs has been announced. So a pitching change, 2-2 ball game, 9th inning. We're back after this. 2-2 ball game, ninth inning at Chase Field, and the left-hander Oliver Perez is out of the Diamondback bullpen after Brad Ziegler walked to Miguel Montero. Ollie's 20th appearance of the year, the ERA right at 6.5, and he will work to the left-hand hitting Chris Coghlan, who is batting for the pitcher. And Coghlan is a guy that's got some power. He does have 6 homers this year, but he is really struggling offensively right now. He's at 202 for the year. And it's just 4 for his last 23 as he steps in here. He does have a homer in his career against Oliver Perez. Addison Reed now throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. 2 outs. Montero is the runner at first. And Coghlan hits for the pitcher.
Almost all of Coghlan's at bats this year have come against right-handed pitching. He's 0 for 6 against lefties this year.
One. This is a guy who was National League Rookie of the Year back in 2009 with the then Florida Marlins. He'll turn 30 next month. Two and one. Addison Reed continues to warm in the Sanderson Ford bullpen.
Square shot that time to Tuffy's face mask. Knocked it back on his head. Wow.
Ted Barrett walks out to the mound to give Gozawish a moment.
He can take a punch.
Ted Barrett, the former boxer, motorcycle rider. He was a World Series umpire last year, Ted Barrett. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th will have Mark Trumbo, Chris Owings, and Tuffy Gozawish 5, 6, and 7. D-backs trying to win their 5th straight after that 4-game sweep at Miami. Good finish brewing here. Another 2-2. It's in the dirt. The count is full. Addison Russell is on deck. So Miggy at first will be off of the pitch. Goldie will play behind the runner and guard that line. There he goes. A blown opportunity by a fan up there. 3-2. There goes Montero, and Oliver Perez strikes out Coghlan and sends us to the bottom of the 9th in a 2-2 ball game. Cubs and D-backs, and the new pitcher for Chicago, the right-hander Justin Grimm. He was on the DL last month with right forearm inflammation and has made 6 scoreless appearances for the Cubs since he was activated from the 15-day DL, his 7th appearance of the year.
Walks in 4 2/3 innings for Grimm. He throws a fastball and 2 different breaking balls, a slider that he uses most often, and a curveball as well that he'll throw mostly to left.
Whole new battery for the Cubs. Miguel Montero, the former Diamondback who hit for David Ross in the top of the 9th, remains in the game. He'll take over behind the plate. And Mark Trumbo will lead it off. Trumbo, Owings goes a wish, 5, 6, and 7 in the Diamondback 9th. Trumbo so far 0 for 3. He has twice flied out to right field. I'm feeling a walk-off homer right here.
I like the way you think.
I got that vibe. My Spidey instinct. Spidey sense, whatever that is. Could just be cobwebs. Mark's got a 5-game hitting streak on the line in this at-bat. And Mark Trumbo, he's a power hitter. He's got that hammer. That one's in the seats. He's got the hammer at the plate and on the scoreboard as well. How about that? Nice moss. One pitch. Big cut at that one. 1-2. Got him. Trumbo 0 for 4, 1 away for Chris Owings.
Slider off that outside corner. I don't know if that was ever in the strike zone. Got out in front that time.
CO 0 for 3 so far. Been very aggressive up there. Swinging at the first strike he sees oftentimes. Kind of back in that mode again. And looks at one there. It's 0-1. He's got the Spidey senses tingling. That one's bounced by Justin Grimm, the former Texas Ranger. They drafted him out of the University of Georgia 2010. Traded to the Cubs at the deadline 2 years ago in the Matt Garza deal. CO's ahead 2-1. Chris had that 7-game hit streak, couple of 0 for 4s the last 2 games. 0 for 3 so far tonight. It's this one high in the air near the right field line for Soler. Two down. Brings up Tuffy Goes-A-Wish. He walked his last time up. He's 0 for 2. Tuffy's hit safely in 4 straight, 7 of his last 8 games. He has grounded out, flied out, and walked.
Tuffy's first career home run came against the Cubs at Wrigley Field.
That was last April.
It was cold. Tuffy's still looking for his first home run here at home. Good a time as any right now.
Tuffy, after hitting below a .180 last month without an extra base hit, batting nearly 300 in May, 5 doubles, and he has doubled his RBI total from the first month of the season. A ball on a strike. Nick Ahmed, who homered back in the 5th, would be next. Joe Maddon's not making that U2 concert tonight.
No.
Grimm can't throw a strike suddenly, and it's 3-1. Ball 4. Winning runs aboard with 2 outs. Second walk tonight for Tuffy. And this was Nick Ahmed to lead off the 5th, his first of the year.
Intercepted a cutter from John Lester before it got all the way inside on his hands. Got the barrel on it, was able to keep it fair right down that left field line.
He's hit 198 on the year. He's now hit safely in 7 straight with 10 hits over that span. Grimm drops that one in there for strike 1. Pitcher's spot due up next for the Diamondbacks should Ahmed reach, and Cliff Pennington is in the on-deck circle. He had a big hit in yesterday's win over the Marlins that completed the 4-game sweep in Miami. 0-1 to Nick Ahmed. From Miggy. Tuffy's back inside. Tuffy got picked off by David Ross earlier in the ball game after he walked in the 7th. He almost got nailed again. Last time he wandered too far off the bag, lost his footing, and was thrown out. 0-2 now on Ahmed. There goes the runner. And Nick Ahmed shoots it down the right field line, but foul. That had the makings of great things right there. And the rally cell phone lights have started here at the ballpark. It's kind of like a whole bunch of little bat signals. Tuffy off of the 0-2 pitch. He holds there, and Ahmed chases one in the dirt. And that's the strikeout. Second strikeout of the inning for Justin Grimm, and we are playing extras on Superhero Night. Well, we're holding out for a hero here. 2-2 as we go to the 10th. presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Fade your wild side. Fade it. 10th inning, and the 6th pitcher of the evening for the Diamondbacks is on to start extra innings. It's the right-hander Addison Reed, who was absolutely sensational yesterday afternoon at Marlins Park in Miami. He worked the 8th inning with a 1-run lead. Retired all 3 batters he faced, threw 11 pitches, 9 strikes, and had 2 strikeouts.
And used both of his pitches, the fastball and the slider. Was very effective along the bottom of the strike zone.
Brad Ziegler came in and got the save, and the Diamondbacks got the 4-game sweep. Addison Reed versus Addison Russell to start the 10th. Russell an RBI single in the 4th. First pitch swinging on and charges. 1 pitch, 1 out. Dexter Fowler back in the 3rd. Actually, with 1 out in the 3rd, his 5th home run of the year. Off Josh Colmenter. And that one tied the game at 1. And we're 2-2 in the 10th. So Fowler's homer has only hit so far 1 for 4. Tomas will come in a step on the grass at 3rd just in case, and Reed throws strike 1. There's a good shot of the Diamondback defense. The strange thing about Addison Reed yesterday, BB, was that in his appearance previous to that, he couldn't throw a strike. Trying to work through some of these mechanical issues, and then comes in yesterday, 11 pitches, 9 strikes. And like he went into a phone booth and was Clark Kent and the Superman and the whole thing.
I wonder if any of it has to do with his new mechanics out there on the mound. It probably took him a little while to get comfortable with it, but using a much lower leg kick, almost a slide step all the time out of that stretch position, and he's been much more consistent with his stuff around the strike zone.
That front foot now barely comes off the ground. You're right. More toward home plate rather than 3rd like he was before, and not throwing across his body so much. 3-2 on Fowler.
Yeah, look at that. Barely gets his cleats up off the ground. Maybe keeps him from throwing so much across his body.
Whatever he worked out, it sure worked yesterday. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. 3-2 to Fowler. The dangerous Chris Bryant will be next. And Rizzo behind him. Ball 4. Well, Chris Bryant homered yesterday in San Diego. 5 homers in his last 12 games, but tonight 0 for 4. He has struck out in his previous 2 at-bats.
You got to keep an eye on Fowler over there at first base. 9 stolen bases, have been caught 4 times this year.
Goldie holds him on the bag at first.
Pickoff move to first coming here. Let him take off on first movement, first pitch.
Bryant hitless so far. He's got a 10-game hitting streak on the line. 4 homers during that 10-game hit streak. Fowler holds it first. Pitch out, nothing doing.
Such a fine line for a pitcher. On a pitch out, you want the runner to run. That's the idea. You think they're going to take off on the next pitch. You pitch out trying to throw them out at second base. So as a pitcher, you have to make it look like you're going to deliver the ball to home plate trying to get the hitter to swing at something.
And after the pitch out, the long pause and set by Reed. Ted Barrett calls time.
Some guys will really rush their delivery in a pitch out situation, and a good base stealer will just slam on the brakes and stay at first base.
There goes Fowler. Here's the throw from Tuffy. And Dexter Fowler has his 10th stolen base of the year. And the go-ahead run is in scoring position for Chicago.
Didn't get a great jump over there, but it looked like Tuffy didn't get a great grip on the baseball either. The throw bounces into second base. Play there by CO, and look at him keep the tag on Fowler. We saw it happen twice in that Marlins series where a Miami base runner stole the bag but then slid over the base and was tagged out.
Pitch was a ball, so the count on Bryant is 2-0. And Chip Hale from the Diamondback dugout asking Ted Barrett to appeal down to Chris Conroy at first, and Conroy says he did not go, so it is indeed 2 balls and no strikes on Bryant, with Fowler now at second. Shallow right center. It's going to drop. They're going to stop Fowler. He runs through the stop sign, and he's in there. Gary Brown put up a big-time stop sign at third, but Fowler was not having any of it. And it turns into an RBI hit for Bryant and a 3-2 Cubs lead. Fowler ran right through the stop signal there. A single and an RBI.
Yeah, just a little flare out there in shallow right center field. Trumbo got to it on a hop. You see Gary Jones, that third base coach. He's reading the ball out in right field. Fowler sees it down and then only then accelerates. Oh man, good throw gets him there at the plate. That ball trickled up the line. And now they'll walk Rizzo intentionally with a base open.
And they'll pitch to Starlin Castro. So Bryant's hitting streak now at 11 games. Castro doubled in the second. He's 1 for 4. So a bloop RBI single by Bryant after the walk to Fowler. An intentional pass to Rizzo will bring up Castro.
Watch the third base coach kind of pointing at home plate and then holding up a stop sign with the left hand. Talk about conflicting signals. I'll tell you what, though, Dexter Fowler wasn't looking at him anyway.
Yeah, he was looking down at the bag, it looked like.
Yeah, and he was looking over his shoulder to see what happened out in right center field. And when he saw the ball down on the ground, he made up his mind he was going to score no matter what sign the third base coach put on.
Mike Harkey out there now. Ted Barrett will join them. And that's the end of that meeting. Sanderson Ford bullpen. J.C. Ramirez getting up quickly. The right-hander. So a run is in, still 1 out. Bryant is the runner at second, and Rizzo at first. Castro the hitter.
7 times this season Starlin Castro has grounded into a double play. Even though he runs pretty well, he swings a lot of pitches out of the zone, puts a lot of balls in play on the ground.
Strike 1. Castro since the end of April hitting just about 200. Has had a slow month at the plate. Jorge Soler on deck. He doubled and scored in the 4th.
Go all the way back to the 4th inning. Addison Russell with an infield hit. in that fourth inning was the last hit the Cubs had until that little blooper dropped in off the bat of Chris Bryant.
As Colementor worked a 1-2-3-5. He only pitched 5 innings tonight. Hudson retired all 6 he faced. Burgos a 1-2-3-8. Ziegler and Perez a scoreless 9th. Another 0-2.
Tuffy wanted that slider down in the dirt. We've talked about Castro and his aggressive nature at the plate. You do not have to throw him a strike to get him out.
Already a 3-time All-Star. This is just his age 25 season. Just missed there. Doesn't get the call from Ted Barrett. And it's 1-2 on Starlin Castro. He's already got nearly 900 career hits. Base hit. It drops in front of Inciarte. They will wave. Bryant throw is cut off, and it's 4-2 Cubs.
The ability to put the ball where you want it, and that pitch is way too hittable to an aggressive hitter like Starlin Castro. You could have rolled it up there, you could have thrown it up neck high, you could have bounced a breaking ball in the dirt. This time, no doubt, Jonesy waving him on home. Ender had to hold his ground out there in left field. That ball was hit so hard right at him, he just had to hold his ground, couldn't get much on the throw.
Still only 1 out in the inning. J.C. Ramirez comes in. Reed exits. We take a break. Diamondbacks down 4-2. Thank you to all members of Diamondback Nation. Tomorrow it's time for the Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs fan appreciation ticket offer. Now you have to watch tomorrow's game beginning at 6:30 with the Diamondback Live pregame show for a special ticket offer that is available only during the broadcast. So there's a small window on this thing, but it's a great ticket offer. A chance for you to see some Diamondbacks baseball here with a bonus. And it will be available only during tomorrow night's game on Fox Sports Arizona. 7th pitcher of the ball game on for the Diamondbacks, the right-hander J.C. Ramirez, who's been good so far. Had a good spring training with the D-backs. A 2.25 ERA, his 4th appearance of the year. Jorge Soler with a 1 out, 2 on, and 2 runs in. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 10th will have the pitcher spot, and then the top of the order, Inciarte and Pollock, Golding and Tomas behind them. Ramirez ahead 0-2. Well, the Cubs, you can take advantage of your opportunities, walk up there, be ready to hit. They have had RBI opportunities for Bryant and Castro. Both guys delivered RBI singles. There go the runners. Double steal. Tuffy throws for third. And he throws Rizzo out for the second out of the 10th. Castro in at second now. 2 down. They erase the lead runner.
Rizzo had a walking lead, but he wasn't very far off the bag at second, and Tuffy just threw a laser beam right down to the bag. Nowhere for Rizzo to go but right into Tomas's glove.
2-5 on the putout. Castro at second, a ball and 2 strikes to Jorge Soler. Looking at the bullpen, mentioned this earlier, David Hernandez threw another inning with Mobile today, the Double-A Bay Bears, coming off Tommy John surgery. David did not allow any hits or runs. 1 inning, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Now the bullpen is busy. Russell, the left-hander. 2-2. High chopper in the hole. Tomas throws him out. But the Cubs get 2. Bottom 10 on the way. Diamondbacks need 2. They trail it 4-2. Part 5 Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Try the new legendary Buttery Jack from Jack in the Box today. Well, the bat signal has gone up. And the Dark Knight hopefully will answer. Bottom 10, Diamondbacks down 4-2, and the closer is on. For the Cubs, 18 strikeouts in 18 innings this year. He has converted 9 of his 11 save opportunities. It's the right-hander Hector Rondon.
18 strikeouts. Also, he's given up 18 base hits in his 18 innings of work. So get somebody on there and see what happens.
Well, it might be David Peralta, the pitcher spot, due up to lead in this inning. And so Peralta will bat for Ramirez. So Peralta, Inciarte, Pollock 9-1-2. In the Diamondback 10th, David at 262 and 4 homers. Big cutter to 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-1. The Green Lantern had the green light on that one. Castro at short. 1 away. Ender Inciarte 0 for 4. He has struck out twice and twice grounded out to second base. Coming off a 3-hit game yesterday at Miami. '97 is fouled off at 0-1. Bryant coming in on the grass at third just in case. Diamondback Live postgame show. Jody Jackson and Joe Borowski follows our ball game. Reaction from the clubhouse. Another 97 from Rondo and 0-2.
His average fastball this year sits just a tick under 96 miles per hour. Feeling it a little bit here tonight.
Great pitching matchup for you tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6:30. 7:10 start here. Ruby De La Rosa and Jake Arrieta. Bryant at third. Boy, he just got a cannon down there for a throw line. 2 down. It's up to AJ. Pollock, a pair of hits. He tripled and scored in the first, singled and stole a base in the third. 2 for 4. Need a base runner with 2 outs for Goldie. Strike 1. Left field, Junior Lake on the run, and he won't get there. It hits the wall. AJ will stop at second. His 7th double of the year, his 3rd hit tonight. And here comes Goldie. He's the tying run at the plate with 2 outs.
AJ locked in his ability to extend his swing. Got fooled slightly by that slider on the outer third of the plate, but extends his swing. Hooks that ball down into the left field corner, just out of the reach of Junior Lake.
3 for 5 night for Pollock. He had 3 hits Wednesday, 2 more yesterday, 3 tonight. He's at second, 2 outs. Goldie tying run up there. He's got a pair of base hits, 2 singles, 2 stolen bases. He's also struck out twice. First base is open. And Tomas on deck. Tying run at the plate, winning run on deck. Pollock, the runner at second. Two balls and a strike. Well, we just saw A.J. Pollock get a big 2-strike hit on Superhero night. Looking for one more right here. There it goes! Get out of here! Well, BB, with the situation being what it was, they had to pitch to him. And it's out of here his 11th of the year.
Oh, man. If Goldie had to ask for a pitch in that situation, that's probably where he would ask for it. A little bit up, a little bit in. Just absolutely crushed it out of here to left field.
And that brings up Yasmani Tomas. 4-4 ball game. Tomas backing out of the box as Rondon throws strike one. He had to pitch to Goldie there, right?
Well, you pitch him a little more carefully than that. If you're a Cubs fan, you know, he just grooved a fastball there in a 2-strike count.
He could have walked him, but that brings the winning run to the plate. And it's up there now anyway. 0-2 on Tomas. Third hits it out for Goldie. Slow roller. Bryant's got that big arm. And Tomas beats it out. Winning runs aboard. A swinging bunt by Yasmani Tomas. Hit too slowly for Bryant to throw him out. Joe Madden checking for a possible challenge opportunity. On a close play at first.
Got fooled badly by the pitch and topped it down that third baseline. To his credit, he just puts his head down, runs straight through that bag. Keeps the inning going. Clearly beats the throw down there at first base.
First Bosio, the pitching coach, going to make a mound visit here. And there will be no challenge, apparently.
He's going to ask Rondon and Miggy, why did you throw Paul Goldschmidt a fastball?
I mean, this is a great series. Two up-and-coming National League teams right here. Get on down to the ballpark, guys, this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, two great giveaway days. You've got outdoor recreation night tomorrow night here. The MLB Network bag. You've got the camel hat if you get the special recreation night ticket package. Then Fedora Day is Sunday. 20,000 fans will get D-backs fedoras courtesy of Gila River Casino. Cubs and D-backs. We've had a great ball game here tonight. And it should be a lot of fun here this weekend. So Tomas is the winning run at first. 2 outs for Trumbo, who's 0 for 4. Tomas with that infield single is now hit in 7 straight. In there for a strike, 1-1.
It's a strike call, but that's definitely not where he wanted to throw that slider. That was a hanger over the inside part of the plate that just caught a piece of the strike zone.
One more would do nicely right here. In the air, short left field, Lake is there. But the Diamondbacks with some D-back drama in the 10th. The 2-out double by Pollock and the 2-run homer by Goldie. And we are going to keep playing ball on a Friday night in Phoenix. The D-backs and Cubs tied at 4.
number 5, Ender Inciarte. And now pitching, number 40.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Fade your wild side. Fade it. And cameramen are eating Jack Links here in extra innings there, BB.
Got to keep them going. They've done a great job up to this point. We don't want them to run out of gas in extras.
Need that protein. 8th pitcher of the evening for the Diamondbacks. It's the left-hander without his mustache now, Andrew Chafin. And Chafin 2-0 on the year. The ERA right at 4.5. Some defensive changes behind him. David Peralta, who hit for the pitcher, will stay in the game. He'll bat 9th and take over in left field. Ender Inciarte moves from left over to right, replacing Mark Trumbo. So the pitcher spot now 5th in the Diamondback order. Junior Lake leads off the 11th in a 4-4 ball game.
Well, it just figures we'd have extra innings tonight, partner. Starting with yesterday's ball game down in South Florida in Miami. 7 games, 7 different start times in 3 time zones for the Diamondbacks.
And they're going right back out on the road Sunday. 3 at St. Louis, 3 at Milwaukee. We need one of these. The superhero deal should be some kind of time travel guy. You know, Quantum Leap. Remember Quantum Leap?
Yeah,
that show. I don't know, the Back to the Future DeLorean, something. Yeah, you got. Oh, we were East Coast yesterday. You know, we got to be on the bus from the hotel at like 9 in the morning, which is 6 a.m. Arizona time, and you fly back all day yesterday, all evening. Play 3 here with the Cubs, then right out to St. Louis, then up to Milwaukee. Had that cross-country flight to Philly to start the last road trip. It's a lot of up and down and takeoffs and landings and.
I mean, even something as simple as eating your meals different times, you know, and we just sit here and watch the game and talk about it. These guys actually have to go out and perform.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. It really does mess with you. Bounce to short. It backs up Ahmed. Nice scoop by Goldie at first.
Well, one difference you notice in this ball game, and it's a small thing, is you see Goldie make a great play at the other end. I mean, they still get the runner by 3 steps at first base, and that ball was hit way deep to the shortstop side. Every ground ball hit to Starlin Castro in this game has been bang bang at first base. He takes an extra crow hop. He kind of flips the ball over their sidearm. Every play is close at first on ground balls to short to the Cubs. Nick Ahmed gets to it quickly, gets rid of it quickly, and gets the runner out by 3 or 4 steps.
Shift is on for Miguel Montero. Yeah, Castro has had that problem all season long where he seems to need to almost get a running start to throw the ball. Shuffles his feet, takes that 2 or 3 step crow hop. They're trying to break him of that habit, but it's still there, obviously. Miggy walked, check into the ball game in the 9th inning, walked in his only previous at bat plate appearance. 286 on the year with 4 homers coming into the ball game.
You mentioned Miggy being a little unhappy with the 3 catcher setup at the beginning of the season. This is just his 11th plate appearance against a left-handed pitcher this year.
And he's down 1-2. I got a question for you as a former catcher. Is there an advantage? It's got to be when you've caught a staff and you know all the guys and then suddenly you're hitting against them.
Well, you would think it would be an advantage, but the perspective actually is a little bit different. Certainly it helps that Miggy knows what most, if not all, these pitchers throw.
Bounced over the mound. Tomas with the shift on. Throws it away.
Looked like an easier play for Nick Ahmed coming across from the left side of the infield. And they come together there slightly. Not sure if that affected the throw off the tip of Goldie's glove and on over near that first base dugout, but certainly a much easier play for Nick Ahmed given the angle he had on that baseball.
Tuffy doing a great job backing up there, so no chance for Montero to advance. E5, even though the throw came from second base. The error on Tomas puts Montero at first with 1 out. And Jonathan Herrera, the former Rocky, will hit for the pitcher. Herrera just 8 for 40 this season. He doesn't play a whole lot. They've got a pretty good third baseman now, so there's not a lot of opportunities. 4-8-1. Each team has left 7.
I see.
Base hit into right.
I see.
I don't think so much Herrera was trying to hit that hole on the right side of the infield. He just swung late on an Andrew Chafin fastball and found that hole on the right side.
Second baseman, Addison Russell.
So now you've got Montero at second. Herrera, the runner, at first. 1 out, and Addison Russell is the hitter. Russell an RBI single in the 4th. He's 1 for 4.
Well, you pointed out Tuffy Gosowich backing up that play at first base. If he doesn't do that, the Cubs have first and third right now with 1 out in the inning, opening up all kinds of possibilities and ways for the Cubs to score that guy from third.
Strike 1. Looking for a ground ball here from Andrew. Yeah, that throw from Tomas just seemed to graze off the top of Goldie's glove, but Tuffy was right behind him, right where he's supposed to be. There's a strike. 0-2. Diamondbacks in the 11th. Owings, Gosowich, Ahmed 6, 7, 8. Peralta behind them. Montero at second. And Herrera at first. Double play a ball here. And they roll it. Ahmed! Nick Ahmed turns 2. Great play by the Diamondbacks shortstop on a slow roller to Chris Owings at second, and they roll the double play. Andrew Chafin gets just what he was looking for, and watch this turn by Nick Ahmed. 4-4, bottom 11 coming up. Oh, Bob, Nick Ahmed saw that ball was hit slowly to Chris Owings. He didn't have a whole lot of time to get a hard throw off, and he had Herrera bearing down on him.
Yeah, he knows he's going to take a hit right here, but watch Nick just hang in there, fire that ball to first base, knowing he's going to get clipped. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. Got him on the back leg, Going for a somersault. Easy for me to say it wasn't bad as Nick gets up and limps off the field. What a play.
And you can see, asking Paul Goldschmidt here, Mott is in the game. What am I looking at here? And you can see Goldie talking about the action on the pitches from the new Cubs pitcher, the former Cardinal closer, Jason Mott.
Well, you're going to get a fastball. It's either going to be a four-seamer or a cutter. Unless he's come up with something new this year wearing blue, but in all those years in St. Louis, he was just a fastball pitcher.
Owings goes to Wish Ahmed 6-7-8 in the Diamondback 11th. What a ball game here. Diamondbacks were down to their last strike in the 10th. A.J. Pollock a 2-out 2-strike double. Goldie a 2-strike count. He launched his 11th homer to tie it up 4-4 after the Cubs got 2 in the top of the 10th. And here we are, home half of the 11th. CO 0 for 4 so far. This is along the right field line, foul ground, room for Rizzo. Tuffy Gozawish has walked in his last 2 plate appearances. He's 0 for 2 so far. Well, the Cubs will have their big boys coming up in the 12th. Fowler, Bryant, Rizzo. If we get there. Tuffy down 0-2, 95 from Mott. Baxter's got his Santa outfit on.
It's always a good sign.
And the rally cap in place. He changes outfits every inning during extra innings for good luck. And a big crowd here. Oh, the kids love Baxter. 34,000 plus on Superhero now. 0-2 to Tuffy. Out of play.
Superhero to the kids.
'97 misses away, and Tuffy's even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jason Mott. 14 of his 19 appearances this year have been scoreless. Drifting into the seats, and Rizzo won't have room.
There's one fastball after another from Jason Mott, who's a converted catcher. I guess behind the plate you don't throw sliders and curveballs, so he goes out to the mound throwing the one thing he used to throw from behind the plate.
He'll throw a slider as a catcher. It ends up in right center. Batman got it on Superhero night. That looks uncomfortable.
Yes, it does.
Tuffy drives it to Fowler in right center field. 2 down. Well, Nick Ahmed, he led off the 5th with a homer off John Lester. His first of the year, it looked a little something like this into the Diamondback bullpen. Just missed the bullpen, actually, but now 2 strikes. Already had 1 2-out homer in extra innings. How about 1 more? And Nick with a home run has now hit safely in 7 straight. Well, I got the scouting report from Goldie. What am I looking at here with Jason Mott?
Belly
down
full of
0-2.
fastballs. That's all you ever see from Jason Mott. For as hard as he throws, he's got a pretty good idea where he's putting the ball there. If you can command a fastball, especially one in the high 90s, you don't really need much in the way of a secondary pitch.
I think he wanted to elevate there, and it's 1-2. Of course, Jason Mott used to close games for Tony La Russa in St. Louis. You know he's grinding away right now, the CBO down there. By the way, the last time we saw Baxter, this is from our somewhat reliable source. The last time we saw Baxter in the Santa outfit, we won a game in the 12th. Ender Inciarte with a game ender, if you will.
Nice.
So just file that away. Ahmed bangs it into right, a base hit. And once again, with 2 outs, the winning run is aboard for the Diamondbacks. And here comes Peralta. And I don't think that Joe Maddon's going to give him a chance to face the righty. I like the Peralta-Mott matchup. I'll take that.
Oh, yeah. Throws one pitch, nothing but fastballs. David Peralta can turn around anybody's fastball.
Instead, he'll go to the left-hander Russell coming in to face Peralta. Diamondbacks in the 11th here have the winning run aboard. Back after this. Well, James Russell spent nearly all his first 5 major league seasons as a Chicago Cub, but he was dealt at the deadline to Atlanta last year. The Braves designated Russell for assignment at the end of March, just as spring training was coming to an end, and the Cubs picked him back up, and now here he is. No Cubs left-hander in the history of the franchise has made more appearances than James Russell. Over 340, and now with a winning run at first for the Diamondbacks and 2 outs, he'll work to David Peralta. Now the key with David here is he continues to struggle against left-hand pitching, hitting under 190 versus lefties. There goes Ahmed, and they got him picked off. Well, how about that? Russell comes in and doesn't even need to throw a pitch. Ahmed going on first move. Diamondbacks aggressive, but they run into an out there and send us to the 12th in a tie ball game.
Major League Baseball birthdays on May 22nd. Al Simmons, born back in 1902, a lifetime batting average of .334. Tommy John, so famous they named a surgery after him.
As he always said, I'm glad it wasn't a proctologist.
And former D-back Chad Tracy celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Red.
Al Bucketfoot Simmons. That's one of the great nicknames of all time. Dexter Fowler leads off the Cubs 12th against Andrew Chafin. 4-4 ball game. Fowler homered back in the third, a solo shot. That tied the game at 1. He walked, stole a base, and scored a run his last time up. Well, just a quick 3-game homestand back from Miami Sunday night after that ball game. We're on a plane to St. Louis, so some extra baseball in here. Well, we're at Chase Field over the weekend in Seattle. And this is always the key inning because I only have 12 innings in the scorebook.
Yeah, it's a big inning.
I'm a big fan of 12th inning walk-offs. Because then you got to go to the sheet of paper, and then it just becomes a mess. Here's Bryant. An RBI single. He scored a run his last time up. That extended his hitting streak to 11 games. Diamondbacks go with 3 infielders on the left-hand side. Goldie by himself, midway between first and second. Kind of the same shift they had for Giancarlo Stanton in Miami. And Stanton had one at bat where he hit a rocket to right field, but right at Goldie. These are the two guys you really have to be careful with here, Bryant and Rizzo, who's on deck. Bryant 5 homers in his last 12 games. Rizzo having a big month offensively.
Bit similar to Goldie in their setup in that batter's box. Goldie's feet are a little more square and he hits out of a little bit more of a crouch, but they both lay that bat back on the back shoulder. Goldie at times pointing the barrel straight down at the ground. Bryant doesn't get quite to that level.
Good pitch by Andrew Chafin there, and he's back even 2-2. This is a very patient hitter for such a young guy in his first month in the big leagues. He will not chase pitches out of his own. Bounces one to a shortstop. A strong throw from Nick Ahmed. So with 2 outs, it'll be Rizzo. Rizzo doubled in the third. He was walked intentionally his last time.
Rizzo not really bothered by which arm the pitcher happens to throw with. .286 hitter against righties coming into play tonight with 7 homers. .467 against lefties with a homer.
He's got 6 homers in 20 games this month. And now the shift moves to the other side of the field for the left-hand hitting Rizzo. Tomas back basically in the second base spot, and Owings in shallow right. And it's Ahmed by himself on the left-hand side. There's a strike. Good start for Chafin here, 0-1. I don't want to fall behind to guys like this. Oh, and 2. Good location there by Andrew Chafin. Joe Madden was a roving minor league hitting instructor with the Angels back in the 1980s. Now the 2-strike approach is always a big thing for him. It always has been. He says keep your fastball hack loaded. with 2 strikes. Look away first and choke up. He loves Rizzo's 2-strike approach. He says Rizzo just does a great job with that. And Madden points out it's not a physical application, it's a mental application.
Look how much he is choked up on that bat. That is a physical manifestation right there. He's about 2 inches choked up on that bat.
Look for the fastball, look away, and choke up. Pretty simple. And sure enough, he sets up away, and he rolls it to Tomas. Nice scoop by Goldie. Another tough throw from Tomas with the shift on again. Last time he threw it away, that time Goldie able to get the short hop. Peralta, Inciarte, Pollock, bottom 12 in a tie game. Hey girls, grab your friends, join the D-backs. It's Ladies' Night, Friday, June 5th. Each special event ticket package includes a limited edition D-backs wine glass and a private wine and cheese tasting before the game. Get them right now, dbacks.com/events. You're a big wine and cheese guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now here's an interesting call, BB. David Peralta was at the plate when the last inning ended, when Russell came in and they had Ahmed picked off. Well, Russell's a lefty. He didn't even throw a pitch. You could have brought him back out there to face Peralta. Instead, they'll go to Travis Wood, a different left-hand pitcher.
Yeah, the only possible explanation I can come up with is Travis Wood has been a starting pitcher. 7 starts this season for the Cubs. This is only his 2nd relief appearance, and I think if you're going to use a starting pitcher out of the bullpen, you want him to start with a clean inning. Nobody on base, no traffic. Just come in like you're starting a ball game.
So Russell came into the ball game and got an out without even throwing a pitch when he picked off Ahmed to win the 11th, and now here's Wood to open up the 12th. And Peralta, who struggles against left-hand pitching, is ahead 2-0. David checked into the ball game in the 10th inning, grounded out in his only previous at bat. And he grounds out here. Russell throws it out one way. Well, you go back to April 10th. We played a 12-inning game that time against the Dodgers, and this was the game ender in 12.
We'll take something a little more dramatic tonight.
Inciarte hitless tonight, 0 for 5. And a reminder, A.J. Pollock is on deck, and he's a home run away from the cycle. Tripled in the first, singled in the third, doubled and scored in the 10th. You could. That's pretty good. Get the cycle with a walk-off homer. And with the way AJ's been going, I wouldn't put it past him. He has just hit everything the last few games. Inciarte ahead 2-0. Superhero night. Rio. Giants and Rockies were in a rain delay at Coors. Giants won that one 11-8. This is the only game still going in the majors. And Inciarte's aboard with a one-out walk. He's the winning run. And here comes A.J. Pollock, a home run shy of the cycle.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
And of course, he's had a dramatic homer already this week. A pinch hit homer off the lefty Mike Dunn. First pitch he saw. And the home run that proved to be the difference in one of the 4 wins in Miami.
And that was the at-bat that really got A.J. rolling on that road trip. He had been 0 for 6 the night before in the extra inning game to start that series, but then that pinch hit home run, and he has been off and rolling ever since.
Yeah, A.J. had an 0 for 6 in the extra inning win Monday at Miami. Then the pinch hit homer Tuesday. 3 hits Wednesday, 2 more hits yesterday as the Diamondbacks completed the 4-game sweep. He's got 3 hits tonight, and he's up there a home run shy of the cycle. Can he get a walk-off homer to complete the cycle? Wood buzzes the tower, and it's 1-1.
A lot of times you'll see a pitcher do this in order to set up the next pitch low and away, but Travis Wood likes to cut that fastball in on righties. He's just as likely to come right back inside again on the next delivery.
Well, if A.J. does get a pitch down and away and shoots it into right field, Jorge Soler has an absolute cannon of a throwing arm. So just keep that in mind with Inciarte running around the bases. You know for sure that Andy Green is thinking about that right now down at third. Soler can really throw out there.
Now, that being said, the Cubs are playing in their no doubles defense. They are really deep in the outfield.
Base hit. Ender is going to go for third. He'll get there. 4th hit tonight for A.J. Pollock, and the winning run is 90 feet away with 1 out for Goldie.
Like A.J. may have been jammed just a little bit, which worked out to be a good thing because Lake had to come a long way to get to that ball because they were playing so deep, and it allowed Ender to advance to third base easily.
Well, the only reason we're still playing is because Goldie hit a 2-out, 2-run homer in the 10th. And they're not going to give him the chance to do it again here. There is a base open at second base, but the only run that matters is Inciarte at third, so they'll load him up with 1 out for Tomas. But watch every throw here from Wood with Inciarte at third.
And the throws back from Miguel Montero to the mound.
Bryant is holding Inciarte on the bag at third base. That one's, they're creeping up there a little bit. And a wild one here would end the ball game. Goldie and Miggy having a moment back there. And the bases are loaded for Yasmani Tomas. Mr. Multi-hit game can extend that streak of multi-hit games with a walk-off right here. This was Goldie, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 10th.
He should have a cape.
America's first baseman, Joe Madden.
We could see a 5-man infield here. Junior Lake, as I mentioned earlier in the ball game, was a shortstop coming up through the Cubs system.
He will come in from left field. Joe Madden used to do this a lot with Tampa Bay. The 5-man infield. Bases loaded, 1 out. And with Tomas up there, you might want to put all 5 guys between first and second.
Yeah, put a reverse shift on. Come to the right side of the infield.
The way that he goes the other way. Well, Yasmani Tomas, 6 consecutive multi-hit games coming into tonight. He's 1 for 5. He singled his last time up. And so let's see how they spread this around. They're going to have to change gloves for Lake. The left fielder will now play halfway between first and second. 5-man infield for the Cubs. Yasmani Tomas, can he make it 7 straight multi-hit games? Only run that matters is Inciarte at third. Ball 1.
You definitely want to see something up if possible. If you're Yasmani Tomas, you want to get that ball in the air to the outfield if at all possible. Doesn't mean you can't shoot a ground ball through this exaggerated infield, but a fly ball to the outfield would be a much easier way to score that run.
A ball and 2 strikes. Pitcher's spot is next. And Jordan Pacheco is in the on-deck circle. Inciarte, the run that matters, is at third. Pollock at second and Goldschmidt at first. 1 and 2 on Tomas. Got him. And now they're going to have to switch gloves again because with 2 outs, you don't need the 5-man infield. So Lake will go back out to left field.
It's a bad cutter. Inside part of the plate, but down below the knees.
So it's up to Jordan Pacheco as Lake returns to his left field spot. Jordan got the start behind the plate yesterday in the win at Miami to complete the 4-game sweep of the Marlins. Had a base hit, an RBI sac fly. He's at 229 with a pair of homers. Well, Diamondbacks, time after time all year long so far, have gotten big 2-out hits, and they'll need one more here. Strike 1. That's a good look. One and two. Keep in mind now, if you do have to keep playing, you just also burned your backup catcher here. They walk Goldie to load him up. Tomas struck out. And now with 2 outs, a 1-2 count on Jordan Pacheco.
As far as the lineup and the backup catcher, you could conceivably leave Pacheco in the game. Put him at third base, put the pitcher in Tomas' spot in the lineup.
Just to keep him in there?
Just to keep him in the game, if that was a concern.
Cliff Pennington is the emergency catcher. He has a set of catching equipment. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Called strike 3. Travis Wood, bases loaded, gets 2 big strikeouts, and the Diamondbacks cannot get a run across. We will go to the 13th at Chase Field.
Game, but don't worry, Diamondbacks Live postgame coming your way as soon as this extra inning affair resolves itself. Well, look, Paul Goldschmidt played the role of superhero to keep this game going. Now the Diamondbacks need another hero.
Both teams with opportunities to score and win this game in extra innings. Unfortunately, neither one is looking to capitalize on it, so we're going to stick around and find out which wants it a little bit more.
No question. We will be here, guys, at the conclusion of this game. Diamondbacks Live postgame show.
Thank you, guys. New pitcher, the 9th pitcher tonight for the Diamondbacks. It's Randall Delgado. Had a little bit of a rough time yesterday against the Marlins. His 17th appearance of the year, a 4.26 ERA. Starlin Castro, Jorge Soler, and Junior Lake for the Cubs in the 13th, 4, 5, and 6. Well, the problem when you have a long game is you run out of water.
Got to stay hydrated in the desert.
Castro has a pair of hits, doubled in the second, an RBI single in the 10th. And he drives that one out to Inciarte. All right. Jorge Soler.
Jorge Soler.
Soler doubled and scored in the 4th. Mentioned that Joe Madden was a little upset. He was not going to be able to go to the U2 concert, which is right next door here tonight. He's busy. And they might be doing the encore right now. Still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Ooh.
Soler bangs it into left. A wild single. That's from our staff here. Thanks for that.
I knew that without you even saying it.
Left fielder, Junior Lake.
Junior Lake.
A lot of good base stealers on both teams in this series. However, Jorge Soler is not one of them at first base. He's yet to attempt to steal this year. Taking a very short lead over there.
Being held on by Goldie.
They're going to check on him anyway here just to be sure.
Did you like managing these games?
Yeah, I mean, it does get a little hairy once you start running out of players and pitchers. I mean, Randall Delgado is the last man standing in that Diamondbacks bullpen. Cliff Pennington, the last available position player. As far as Joe Madden is concerned, he's got Mike Baxter available as a position player, and Edwin Jackson, and what's Ross Cup's first name? Zach Roscup. He's got two pitchers available, a righty and a lefty, and one bench player. This is where you start thinking about your pitchers. Okay, who could I put out in right field if I have
to? Junior Lake with a major league hack right there. Holy cow. This is Junior Ocean on this swing. Forget the lake.
Tried to time up an off-speed delivery from Randall Delgado and swung right through it. Dislocated several vertebrae in the attempt.
Tried to hit it to Mesa. Randall behind 3-1. Miggy on deck. Need to make a good pitch right here. Soler bluffs it first. Ahmed, it's underneath and into left, a base hit. Soler started like he was going to try and steal second, held up, and Lake knocked it right under the Diamondback shortstop. Tough play.
Yeah, just top spin ground ball to the left side right there.
Mike Harkey. Mike Harkey, a former Cub. He was the 4th overall pick by the Cubs at one point in his career. That was in the 1987 draft out of Cal State Fullerton.
At the plate, catcher, Miguel Montero.
Well, here comes Miggy. 2 on and 1 out. Checked into the ball game in the 9th inning. Has walked and reached on an error 0 for 1. Soler at second and Lake at first, 1 down. Miggy hitting better than .320 for May. His on base percentage this month near .470. He's been walking a lot. Had some good at bats. Gets this up in the air and deep to left. Peralta's got room. Well, we've seen Miguel Montero do that countless numbers of times over the last few years. Good power going the other way, left and left center, and he almost took that one out of here.
A good swing, and it carried a lot farther than I thought it was going to. I chased David all the way back to the barrier, backpedaling, and just does make the play.
And now you thought maybe that he went to Wood there because he's a good hitter for a pitcher. He's just a good hitter, period. And, you know, you wouldn't have to pinch hit for him in a game where you're going through bench players pretty quickly here, not to mention bullpen pitchers. But they will hit for Wood with 2 on and 2 out here. And it's the former Met, Mike Baxter, hitless in just 2 at-bats so far this season. Just called up this week. He had been at Iowa 34 games there, hit .290. He did not go. That's Scott Barry down there at third. In there for a strike. Baxter made his big league debut with the Cubs on Tuesday. That was at San Diego, which is the team that originally drafted him out of Vanderbilt. Just 9 big league games with the Padres, parts of 3 years with the Mets, and now here with the Cubs. 1-1 pitch. Right by him at 93. Randall's a strike away from getting out of this mess. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 13th. Owings, Gozawish, Ahmed 6, 7, 8. Peralta behind them. Two and two. Baxter was with the Dodgers last season, only played in 4 big league games with LA, went 0 for 7. Spent almost all of last year at AAA Albuquerque. Two pitch. Ron Coomer in the Cub radio booth didn't quite have the same range as when he was with the Twins. His first job in there, of course, is to protect Pat Hughes.
Absolutely.
There's Coomer. There's Ron Coomer on the right.
Back with that move, did you?
The great Pat Hughes on the left, longtime radio voice of the Cubs.
Baxter, 2 out.
It's full, 3-2. Ted Barrett didn't flinch back there. Well, Randall's made some good pitches in this at bat. Borderline strikes. Well, miss in a good spot. That's what he's done. Addison Russell would be next. 2 on, 2 out, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Soler at second, Lake at first. There they go, and it's ball 4. He loses Baxter, and Russell will hit with the bases loaded.
Second baseman, Addison Russell.
Soler at third, Lake at second, Baxter at first. Russell had an RBI single in the 4th. Grounded into a double play his last time, 1 for 5. Ball 1. 2-0. There's a strike.
Borderline at best. One of the red seams caught the edge of the black right there.
Russell homered yesterday in their game at San Diego. And he looks at strike two. 95 from Randall that time. He humped it up to get back even. And once again, he's a strike away from getting out of this mess. Right to Goldie. And Randall Delgado leaves him loaded. Bottom 13 on a Friday night in downtown Phoenix. Well, BB, we're running out of guys back there.
You got trainers putting cleats on.
Now, you know, if we have to keep going here, bullpen's empty. What do? Just get another inning or two out of Delgado? Do you think about Ruby De La Rosa tomorrow starting?
Try to get as much as you can out of Delgado in this ball game tonight, but if it gets to the point you need to dip into that bullpen again, it would have to be Ruby De La Rosa, I would think, and then you have to reach down into the minor leagues or come up with a plan B for tomorrow's starter.
Well, Joe Madden goes to his 8th pitcher of this ball game. It's the lefty Zach Roskup, called up from AAA Iowa middle of last month. And pretty good numbers so far. His 18th appearance. Chris Owings leads off the Arizona 13th. Owings goes to Wish Ahmed 6, 7, and 8. CO so far 0 for 5. Diamondbacks got a run in the first. Pollock triple, Goldie single. Cubs tied at top third. Fowler a solo homer is 5th. And then Chicago had a 2-1 lead on an Addison Russell RBI single in the 4th. Diamondbacks came back to tie as Owens grounds out. Ahmed's homer in the 5th tied it at 2. And then the Cubs got 2 runs in the top of the 10th. RBI singles by Bryant and Castro. D-backs tied at bottom 10 on a 2-out, 2-run homer by Goldie, and here we are. Tuffy 0 for 3, he's walked twice. Baxter's got the fatigues on now.
Camo, can't see him. I neglected to point out when Baxter was wearing his Santa Claus outfit that there's only 216 more shopping days till Christmas. Diamondbacks team shop loaded and ready for you.
No expanded team shop this year at Chase Field. 2-0 to Tuffy. Coming at you. Right to Bradley and off the hand. Oh,
man. The camera there. Jeez. I had to make a one-handed attempt and clanked it badly.
You know, we were just killing Coomer over there. You're going to take a beating with your buddy there, Lenny.
I'm saving the camera. Telling you.
DeShays is over there right now just burying you. I mean, you did not even have to move.
I had to stand up. I mean, this camera's expensive right here. I've been given strict orders. Don't let it hit a monitor. Don't let it hit that camera.
That's a team guy right there. Right in the hand.
It just doesn't stick in a bare hand, you know. In a glove, it'll get in there and rattle around, stay in the pocket. But in a bare hand, it's going to bounce off every time.
3-2 now to Kozowicz. Tuffy's hit safely in 4 straight, 7 of his last 8. He's seen a lot of pitches today. 2 walks. But still looking for that first hit. Stays alive. Scout night here at the ballpark. They're getting a little sleepy out there. You're always supposed to be prepared, aren't you, if you're a scout?
Yeah, absolutely. He's prepared to go to bed.
Tuffy bangs it into right center. And that's going to reach the wall. Kozowicz will head into second. And he's in there. His 6th double. And the winning run is in scoring position with 1 out.
Tuffy earlier in the ballgame starting to hit it with more authority, square it up more consistently, and he bangs this ball into the gap in right center field.
And he's the winning run. 1 down for Ahmed, who's been a hitter tonight. Nick, a solo homer to lead off the 5th, his first of the year. Had a 2-out single his last time up off Mott back in the 11th. And a chance to drive in the walk-off winner right here. Strike 1. Nick has hit in 7 straight. He's got 11 hits over that span. '93. Roscup just misses. It's a ball and a strike. Kozowicz at second. He's the winning run. 1 out in the 13th. Two and 1.
It's one of those situations. If Nick had different hitters following him in the lineup right now, he might try to bunt for a base hit. But with David Peralta, a left-handed hitter on deck, and Ender Inciarte, another lefty after that, I'm sure Chip Hale would much prefer Nick take his shot here trying to drive Tuffy home.
Hitters count 2 balls and a strike. Chase is one in the dirt, 2-2. Iggy keeps it in front. Tuffy stays at second. Full count. A lot on the line here for the Diamondbacks. Not only the win, it would be their 5th in a row. I can't think, BB, of a better way to end this one than with walk-off tacos.
Yeah, there you go. That would finish the fast food trifecta.
3-2. Base hit! And the Diamondbacks win it! A walk-off for Nick Ahmed. And the D-backs have won 5 in a row. Sometimes you gotta live Tomas. Nick Ahmed, his 3rd hit tonight, is the game winner. And the Diamondbacks beat the Cubs in 13 innings, 5-4.
Well, that's a big game to win right there. Not only to keep the win streak going, but against a team that a lot of people are picking to go to the postseason this year. They came in here very confident. The Diamondbacks matched them play for play, pitch for pitch, hit for hit.
All right, tell you what, you won't have a more fun ball game than what we had tonight. We got 2 more against the Cubs. Get on down here to Chase Field. It's going to be beautiful weather. We got outdoor recreation night tomorrow. D-backs fedora hat on Sunday. A lot going on at the ballpark, including a baseball team that is rolling here right now. They're within 1 game of 500 for the year, and they've won 5 straight. Well, a heroic night for Nick Ahmed on Superhero Day. Let's go downstairs to Kate.
All right, thank you very much. Well, take me through that game-winning at-bat.
Well, first of all, Tuffy did an amazing job right there battling. I don't know how many pitches he saw, but I don't know how many pitches he saw. It might be 9 or 10. He just battled. Did a great job getting on second. I just tried to compete, put a ball in play, and something good happened.
And what does it say about this team and the character, the way you guys are able to go and battle back? And then on Superhero Night, it seems like really every night a different hero steps up.
Yeah, there's just a complete game played tonight. Just incredible effort. There's so many plays I can't even think of right now, but just the way we battled back in the, I think it was the 9th inning, the way AJ, 2 strikes, hit a double, and then Goldie with 2 strikes hit the home run to tie it up. And we just had some incredible pitching, incredible defense, and some really timely hitting tonight.
And a play that comes to my mind is your double play to end the 11th inning. Take me through that.
Yeah, Chafin did a great job to get the ground ball. He had been getting ground balls all inning long. And CO made a perfect feed to me, and I just finished it.
Seems like a while ago Lester was out there, but what was it like connecting for your first home run of the season?
It was great. I saw him pretty well in my first at-bat, and just tried to see the ball up. He's got some really good stuff, and luckily I got a cutter over the middle of the plate and was able to hit it well.
All right, thank you very much. Go celebrate with the team, and now let's go back to you, Jody.
Thanks so much, Kate. And Joe Borowski standing by here as we get set for Diamondbacks Live, our postgame show. More reaction on this walk-off win, Nick Ahmed. And Joe, you know what? Tuffy Gozowich and Nick Ahmed, so much concern the first really month and a half of the season. You know, would they be productive at the bottom of that lineup tonight? was a great example that these two guys, particularly Nick, they're really progressing.
And they've been coming around for quite some time now. You love to see what they're doing. And when you can get production from the bottom of the lineup, it takes so much more pressure off the top of the lineup. And what a great job by both of them tonight.
Team really battled. We have a lot to talk about on the post-game show. Kate will, of course, have more reaction from inside the clubhouse. We'll hear from manager Chip Hale. Bob Brumley will join us. Superhero night. We had part one with Paul Goldschmidt tying up the game with the home run, and Nick Ahmed getting it done in extra innings. So much to get to on the post-game. We'll break it down. It is all coming your way. Superhero night, a smashing success. Diamondbacks win 5 in a row now. Stay tuned. It's all coming your way next.